ambazo kazi yake kubwa ni kupambana na maambukizi katika mwili, na kuna chembe sahani ambazo kazi yake kubwa ni kuzuia uvujaji wa damu. Hivyo basi kwenda kwenye saratani ya damu kupata dalili zinazoendana na hali katika kitu tatu, lakini pia katika athari zake.
Na hizi ndio dalili zake kuu.
Miongoni mwa dalili hizo ni kama kuvuja damu mara kwa mara, pia kuwa na kinga na mgonjwa kupata homa za kujirudia za mara kwa mara, lakini pia kuvuja damu katika matundu ya mwili kama pua, masikio na katika tunu ya ngozi bila sababu. Vile mgonjwa kupata uvimbe katika zile sehemu ambazo tunateza na uvimbe huu unatokea zaidi kwenye shingo, kwenye kwapa na pia katika mapaja, na hata tumbo pia nalo linaweza kuwa kubwa kutokana na kupanuka kwa ini au damu.
Bi Devota Gilvas Kaneno ni mama mzazi wa Kelvin, na hapa anaeleza siku ya kwanza kugundua kuwa mwanaye ana saratani ya damu.
Nilipeleka hospitali nikapokelewa vizuri. Kwa kweli maisha yanapenda. Kwa sababu nilikuta mwanzo nilikuwa napata msaada na watu kunisaidia kuleta hospitali, lakini pia kunacho kicha. Kwa maana wakacha tamaa kwa kwanza jamii. Watu wanakuambia hizi ndio kama hapa kweli. Nikaanza takriban miaka na mimi. Kwa hiyo wakalipa about $1,000. Kwa hiyo wakaniambia kaanza matibabu rasmi. Kwa mashine kama hivi.
Anakumbuka nini hasa siku za mwanzo baada ya kuthibitika kuwa ana saratani ya damu?
Ila pia niliumia sana kwa sababu nilikuwa nimezoea kusoma kwenye gazeti ya saratani wanakufa hivi. Kwa na ile imani kwamba mimi siku moja nitakuwa na saratani.
Daktari anafafanua ni rika zipi hasa huathirika zaidi na saratani za damu.
Saratani za damu ni wagonjwa katika tofauti. Kuna saratani ambazo zinatokea zaidi kwa watoto wadogo, na kuna saratani zinazoathiri vijana, na kuna saratani zinazoathiri wazee.
Na hivi ndivyo ambavyo Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi cha Muhimbili kimekuwa kikishiriki katika upimaji na matibabu ya saratani ya damu nchini Tanzania.
Ili kuweza kutambua au kuhakiki uwepo wa saratani ya damu kwa mgonjwa, kuna vipimo inabidi vifanyike. Kipimo kimojawapo kipimo cha damu ambacho kinajulikana vizuri zaidi kama full blood picture. Na hiki tunaangalia idadi ya zile chembe za damu, chembe nyekundu, chembe nyeupe na chembe sahani. Lakini kipimo hiki pia huwa kinaambatana na kipimo kingine ambacho tunapoangalia muundo wa zile chembe na kuangalia muonekano wake chini ya darubini. Zaidi ya hapo pia kuna kipimo cha uloto au bone marrow. Uloto ni sehemu ambapo damu inatengenezwa. Na tunapoenda kwenye uloto sasa tunakuwa tunaangalia kwamba katika kiwanda hiki cha damu zile chembe zinazozalishwa zina muundo gani, lakini pia tunaangalia uwiano kati ya chembe changa na chembe zingine, na hii inatusaidia kuweza kujua aina ya saratani ya damu ambayo mgonjwa anayo.
Wagonjwa wenye saratani ya damu hutibiwaje?
Inategemea na aina gani ya saratani ya damu ambayo mtu anayo. Mara nyingi utaanza na kutoa dawa za kusa ambazo therapy kwa vipindi tofauti kutegemea na aina ya saratani ya damu. Kwa mfano saratani za damu ambazo zinashambulia chembe changa za kuzalisha damu ambazo tunaita acute leukemia, mara nyingi lazima uanze kwa kumpa dawa za saratani au kansa kwa kipindi cha wiki kadhaa, labda wiki moja mpaka wiki 4, na kuhakikisha kwamba ule ugonjwa umempiga na kuondoa. Na baada ya hapo utaendelea kumpa dawa za saratani au chemotherapy kuhakikisha kwamba ule ugonjwa haurudi tena kwa haraka. Kwa hiyo unaweza ukampa kwa muda wa miaka 2 mpaka 3. Unapotaka kudhibiti kabisa, aidha kuongeza muda wa ule ugonjwa kurudi au kutibu kabisa moja kwa moja, lazima ufanye ufuatiliaji wa chembe mama za kuzalisha damu.
Vipi kuhusu utafiti na mafunzo kwa magonjwa ya damu na hasa saratani ya damu unaofanywa na wataalamu wa hapa nchini?
Katika swala la utafiti, kama tunavyofahamu, tafiti ni muhimu. Tafiti ndio ambazo zinaweza kutoa mwelekeo, tafiti ndio ambazo zinaweza kusababisha tukaweza kupata miongozo mipya ya matibabu, na tafiti zinaweza zikasababisha tukaweza kushauri sera tukiwa na ushahidi. Kwa hivyo chuo chetu kimejipambanua kwamba ni chuo makini katika kuweza kutoa tafiti zenye viwango ambavyo vinaweza vikatusaidia katika miaka mingi, imetusaidia katika kuweza kusababisha sera zetu za afya ziwe na mwelekeo ambao ni wa kutoa chanya zaidi.
Tuna maabara maalum kwa ajili ya tafiti ya saratani hizi za damu, na maabara hii ilikuwa katika tafiti nyingi, lakini mojawapo ya tafiti ambazo zinafanyika ni tafiti ambayo inaangalia mabadiliko katika vinasaba hivi, na tumeweza kufanikiwa kusaidia wagonjwa wa saratani sugu ya damu aina ya leukemia ambayo inafahamika zaidi kama chronic myeloid leukemia au kwa kifupi CML. Na katika saratani hii tuliweza kwenda kuangalia mabadiliko ya vinasaba katika wagonjwa hawa, na inaweza kutusaidia kuweza kuonyesha umuhimu wa kuangalia mabadiliko katika vinasaba. Na sasa tunashukuru Mungu kwamba hata wagonjwa wetu wa hapa Tanzania wana uwezo wa kufanyia huo uchunguzi katika hospitali ya taifa Muhimbili, na sio tu hapo, hata hospitali zingine mbalimbali nchini za rufaa kama vile KCMC na Uganda.
Daktari anafafanua nafasi ya mgonjwa wa saratani ya damu katika kupona.
Zamani ilikuwa inajulikana kwamba ukishapata saratani ndio mwisho wa maisha, kwamba saratani haitibiki. Lakini teknolojia zinapoendelea tunapata matumaini kwamba sasa wagonjwa wa saratani wanaweza wakapona. Kuna teknolojia ambayo inagundulika kwamba sio kutibu kuna dawa za saratani, lakini unaweza ukampa dawa nyingine ikamodify ule ugonjwa na ukamfanya mtu akaishi maisha ya kawaida.
Na hii ndio mipango ya siku zijazo ya Chuo Kikuu cha Afya Sayansi Shirikishi cha Muhimbili katika kuimarisha utafiti, mafunzo na matibabu kwa wagonjwa wa saratani ya damu.
Kwa sasa pia tunaendelea kufanya tafiti ambazo zinaendelea kuangalia mabadiliko katika vinasaba ya saratani ya damu, na kutumia mabadiliko haya ili kwamba tuweze kugundua magonjwa mapema zaidi, ili kwamba mgonjwa aweze kutibiwa mapema na tuweze kuokoa maisha yake.
Devota ana nini cha kuambia watafiti na jamii kwa ujumla kuhusu ugonjwa wa saratani za damu?
Utafutaji kuna taasisi nyingi zinajihusisha na utafiti wa ugonjwa hii za saratani. Wajitahidi kwa utafiti wengi, yani kuna wengi watafiti kwa ajili ya ugonjwa wa saratani waweza kujua zaidi kama linakuaje.
Na huu ndio ushauri wa jinsi gani jamii, wadau na serikali wanavyoweza kushiriki katika kufanikisha huduma bora za saratani za damu nchini Tanzania.
Angalie zaidi madaktari watafiti kwa ugonjwa huu wa saratani, kwa sababu mtu anaposikia kwamba ana ugonjwa wa saratani pale tayari ameshakana. Tunaomba serikali ilipende zaidi kwa madaktari, kuwezesha hasa madaktari wa wagonjwa wa saratani waweze kufanya kazi kwa weledi, na madaktari wao wengi kwa sababu ugonjwa pia sasa hivi unakwenda kasi zaidi.
Mtu yote atakayegundulika kwamba anayo asio ajue kama ni ugonjwa wa kawaida kama magonjwa mengine. Uweze kulikwepa kama nimepata, bali kwa malipo, lakini fuata masharti unapona.
Tuungane kwa pamoja, saratani ya damu inaweza kutibiwa.
Iangalie wazee ugonjwa wa saratani. Ni muhimu sana kuangalia ili tuweze kuishi, tuweze kutunza watoto, tuweze kusaidia serikali kupata maadili.
Saratani ya damu inaweza kutibiwa.
Karibu katika makala hii fupi kuhusu saratani ya damu, ambapo tutaangazia utafiti, mafunzo, vipimo na matibabu yake ndani na nje ya Tanzania. Tuanze kwa kufahamu vizuri ugonjwa huu wa saratani ya damu.
Saratani za damu ni aina ya saratani ambazo zinashambulia kiwanda kinachohusika katika damu. Katika hali ya kawaida, kiwanda kinachotengeneza damu kinatengeneza chembe hai aina tatu. Chembe hizi zinakuwa zina kazi tofauti. Katika chembe hizi kuna chembe nyekundu ambazo kazi yake ni kusambaza hewa katika mwili, lakini pia kuna chembe nyeupe ambazo kazi yake kubwa ni kupambana na maambukizi katika mwili, na kuna chembe za hai ambazo kazi yake kubwa ni kuzuia uvujaji wa damu. Hivyo basi, mgonjwa mwenye saratani anapata dalili zinazoendana na chembe hizo tatu, lakini pia katika athari za viungo vile.
Na hizi ndio dalili zake kuu.
Bwana, mko vizuri, mko vizuri. Haya.
Tunaona mara nyingi ikiwa anacheza mgonjwa kupata homa za kujirudia za mara kwa mara, lakini pia kuvuja damu katika matundu ya mwili kama pua, masikio na katika chini ya ngozi bila sababu. Vile mgonjwa hupata uvimbe katika zile sehemu ambazo kuna matezi katika mwili, na uvimbe huu unatokea zaidi kwenye shingo, kwenye makwapa na pia katika mapaja, na hata tumbo pia nalo inaweza kuwa kubwa kutokana na kupanuka kwa ini au damu.
Bi Devota Gelvas Kaneno ni mama mzazi wa Kelvin, na hapa anaeleza siku ya kwanza kugundua kuwa mwanae ana saratani ya damu.
Nilipeleka Oceanology, ikapokelewa vizuri. Kwa kweli maisha yalikuwa ni magumu, kwa sababu nilijikuta mwanzoni nilikuwa napata msaada ya watu kunisaidia kuleta hospitali, lakini ilifika nilibaki peke yangu. Kwa hiyo maneno wakachia tamaa kwa kwani badilika. Watu wanakuambia kabisa ni kitu gani kinataka kufanyika. Nikaanza takriban miezi na mingi. Kwa hiyo wakanipa bao ile mbili. Kwa hiyo wakaniambia nikaanza matibabu rasmi. Wakamwandikia mimi 21 kwa mwezi vizuri tukamaliza. Ndio nakumbuka 2015 nikijaza nikaanza matibabu.
Kelvin anakumbuka nini hasa siku za mwanzo baada ya kuthibitika kuwa ana saratani ya damu?
Nilipigwa kutoa, ila pia niliumia sana kwa sababu nilikuwa nimezoea kusoma kwenye magazeti wa saratani wanakufa hivi. Kwa sikuwa na ile imani kwamba mimi siku moja nitapona saratani.
Daktari anafafanua ni rika zipi hasa huathirika zaidi na saratani za damu.
Saratani za damu huathiri wagonjwa tofauti. Kuna saratani ambazo zinatokea zaidi kwa watoto wadogo, na saratani zinazoathiri vijana, na saratani zinazoathiri.
Na hivi ndivyo ambavyo Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi cha Muhimbili kimekuwa kikishiriki katika upimaji na matibabu ya saratani ya damu nchini Tanzania.
Ili kuweza kutambua au kuhakiki uwepo wa saratani ya damu kwa mgonjwa, vipimo inabidi vifanyike. Kipimo kimojawapo ni kipimo cha damu ambacho kinajulikana vizuri zaidi kama full blood picture. Na kipimo hiki tunaangalia idadi ya zile chembe za damu, chembe nyeupe na chembe sahani. Lakini kipimo hiki pia huwa kinaambatana na kipimo kingine ambacho tunakuangalia muundo wa zile chembe na kuangalia muonekano wake chini ya darubini. Zaidi ya hapo pia kuna kipimo cha uloto au bone marrow. Uloto ni sehemu ambapo damu inatengenezwa. Na tunapoenda kwenye uloto sasa tunaangalia kwamba katika kiwanda hiki cha damu zile chembe zinazozalishwa zina muundo gani, lakini pia tunaangalia uwiano kati ya chembe changa na chembe zingine, na hii inatusaidia kuweza kujua aina ya saratani ya damu ambayo mgonjwa anayo.
Wagonjwa wenye saratani ya damu hutibiwaje?
Inategemea na aina gani ya saratani ya damu ambayo mtu anayo. Mara nyingi utaanza na kutoa dawa za kansa ambazo therapy kwa vipindi tofauti tofauti kutegemea na aina ya saratani ya damu. Kwa mfano saratani za damu ambazo zinashambulia chembe za damu kimya, mara nyingi lazima uanze kwa kumpa dawa za saratani au kansa kwa kipindi cha wiki kadhaa, kama wiki moja mpaka wiki 4, na kuhakikisha kwamba ule ugonjwa umempiga na kuondoa. Na baada ya hapo utaendelea kumpa dawa za saratani au chemotherapy kuhakikisha kwamba ule ugonjwa haurudi tena. Kwa hiyo unaweza kumpa mwili mpaka
unabadilisha moja tu hiyo
kabisa, aidha kuongeza muda wa ule ugonjwa kurudi au kutibu kabisa moja, lazima ufanye uzazi kwa solution mama za kutosha.
Utafiti na mafunzo kwa magonjwa ya damu ya saratani ya damu unaofanywa na wataalamu wa hapa nchini.
Tafiti ni muhimu. Tafiti ndio ambazo zinaweza kutoa mwelekeo. Tafiti ndio ambazo zinaweza kusababisha tukaweza kupata miongozo mingi ya matibabu. Tafiti zinaweza kusababisha kuweka sera kuwa na ushahidi. Kwa hivyo chochote kilipambanua kwamba ni chuo ili kuweza kutoa tafiti zenye viwango ambavyo vinaweza kutusaidia katika miaka mingi, kutusaidia katika kusababisha sera zetu za afya ziwe na mwelekeo ambao unatoa chanya.
Tuna maabara maalum kwa ajili ya tafiti ya saratani hizi za damu, na maabara hii katika tafiti nyingi, lakini mojawapo ya tafiti ambazo zinafanyika ni tafiti na tumeweza kufanikiwa kusaidia wagonjwa wa saratani sugu ya damu leukemia, ambao inafahamika zaidi kama chronic myeloid leukemia au saratani. Na katika saratani hii tunaweza kwenda kuangalia mabadiliko ya vinasaba katika wagonjwa hawa, na inaweza kutusaidia kuweza kuonyesha umuhimu wa na sasa tunashukuru Mungu kwamba hata wagonjwa wetu wa hapa Tanzania wana uwezo wa kufanya uchunguzi katika hospitali ya taifa ya Muhimbili, na sio hapo, hata hospitali zingine mbalimbali nchini za rufaa kama vile KCMC na
Daktari anafafanua nafasi ya mgonjwa wa saratani ya damu katika kupona.
Kama ilivyojulikana kwamba ukishapata saratani ndio mwisho kwamba saratani haitibiki, lakini teknolojia zinavyoendelea tunapata tumaini kwamba sasa ugonjwa wa saratani unaweza kupona, na teknolojia ndio inagundulika kwamba sio kutibu tu dawa za saratani, lakini unaweza kumpa dawa nyingine ikamodify ule ugonjwa na ukamfanya mtu akaishi kawaida.
Na hii ndio mipango ya siku zijazo ya Chuo Kikuu cha Afya Sayansi Shirikishi cha Muhimbili katika kuimarisha utafiti, mafunzo na matibabu kwa wagonjwa wa saratani ya damu.
Sasa tunaendelea kufanya tafiti ambazo zinaendelea kuangalia mabadiliko katika vinasaba ya saratani ya damu, na kujaribu kutumia mabadiliko haya ili kwamba tuweze kugundua magonjwa mapema zaidi, ili kwamba mgonjwa aweze kutibiwa mapema na kuweza kuokoa maisha yake.
Devota ana nini cha kuambia watafiti na jamii kwa ujumla kuhusu ugonjwa wa saratani za damu?
Daktari, taasisi nyingi zinajihusisha na utafiti wa ugonjwa huu wa saratani. Wajitahidi kwa watafiti wengi, yaani na wengi watafiti wengi kwa ajili ya ugonjwa wa saratani waweza kujua zaidi kama ninakuwa.
Na huu ndio ushauri wa jinsi gani jamii, wadau na serikali wanavyoweza kushiriki katika kufanikisha huduma bora za saratani za damu nchini Tanzania.
Kwa sababu mtu anasikia kwamba ana ugonjwa wa saratani, haja kutafuta kwa maboksi kuanzisha saratani magonjwa ya saratani. Na daktari wale wengi kwa sababu ndio pia
hizi ziko mbili na yeye waya.
Ndio daktari anamwambia kwamba anao. Sio ajue kama ni ugonjwa wa kawaida kama magonjwa mengine. Huwezi kumpepa kama nimepata, bali tuko malipo la kama ile kwa masharti tunapona.
Tuungane kwa pamoja na saratani ya damu na matatizo
ya automatia hii. Sasa enda
sasa tuangalie ili tuweze kuishi, tuweze kuwatunza watoto, tuweze kusaidia serikali katika hali.
sio kupigia hapa. Sio kubadilisha. Sio kubadilisha.
Saratani ya damu inaweza
Karibu katika makala hii fupi kuhusu saratani ya damu, ambapo tutaangazia utafiti, mafunzo, vipimo na matibabu yake ndani na nje ya Tanzania. Tuanze kwa kufahamu vizuri ugonjwa huu wa saratani ya damu.
Saratani za damu ni aina ya saratani ambazo katika hali ya kawaida tunaanza kutengeneza damu hizi zinakuwa zimekosa hivyo basi ugonjwa wa saratani ya damu zinazoendana na kazi
Na hizi yote za
pia kukiwa na kinga na njia kupata kama za kuzuia za mapana, lakini pia kupiga damu katika mafuvu ya mwili kama pua, masikio na katika chini ya ngozi bila sababu. Vile kupata uvimbe katika zile sehemu ambazo kuna tezi katika mwili, na uvimbe huu unatokea zaidi kwenye shingo, kwapa na pia katika mapaja, na hata tumbo pia nalo huweza pia kutokana na kupanuka kwa ini au damu.
Bi Devota Delvas Kaneno ni mama mzazi wa Kelvin, na hapa anaeleza siku ya kwanza kugundua kuwa mwanaye ana saratani ya damu.
Nilipeleka fashion nikapokelewa vizuri. Kwa kweli maisha ni mengi, kwa sababu nilikuta mwanzo nilikuwa napata msaada na watu kunisaidia kuleta hospitali, lakini kila kitu nilibaki peke yangu. Wao wanaenda wakachia kama kwa kwani watu wanakuambia kwa hiyo wakanipa bao kusaidia. Kwa hiyo wakaniambia nitaanza matibabu rasmi. Wakamwambia mimi shida kama
Kelvin anakumbuka nini hasa siku za mwanzo baada ya kugundulika kuwa ana saratani ya damu?
ila pia nimeumia sana kwa sababu nilikuwa nimezoea kusoma gazeti ya saratani kwa sikuaga na ile imani kwamba mimi siku moja nitakuwa na saratani.
Daktari anafafanua ni rika zipi hasa waathirika zaidi na saratani za damu.
Saratani za damu huathiri wagonjwa. Kuna saratani ambazo zinatokea zaidi kwa watoto wadogo, na saratani zinazoathiri vijana, na saratani zinazoathiri.
Na hivi ndivyo ambavyo Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi cha Muhimbili kimekuwa kikishiriki katika upimaji na matibabu ya saratani ya damu nchini Tanzania.
Ili kuweza kutambua au kuhakiki uwepo wa saratani ya damu kwa mgonjwa, kuna vipimo inabidi vifanyike. Kipimo kimojawapo ni kipimo cha damu ambacho kinajulikana vizuri zaidi kama full blood pressure. Na kipimo hiki tunaangalia idadi ya chembe za damu, chembe nyekundu, chembe nyeupe na chembe sahani. Lakini kipimo hiki pia huwa kinaambatana na kipimo kingine ambacho tunakuangalia muundo wa zile chembe na kuangalia muonekano wake chini ya darubini. Zaidi ya hapo pia kuna kipimo cha uloto au bone marrow. Uloto ni sehemu ambapo damu na tunapoenda kwenye uloto sasa tunaangalia kwamba katika kiwanda hiki cha damu zile chembe zinazozalishwa zina muundo gani, lakini pia tunaangalia uwiano kati ya chembe na chembe zingine, na hii inatusaidia kuweza kujua aina ya saratani ya damu ambayo mgonjwa anayo.
Wagonjwa wenye saratani ya damu
inategemea aina gani ya saratani ya damu ambayo mtu anayo, na mara nyingi utaanza na kutoa dawa za kansa ambazo ni therapy kwa vipindi tofauti tofauti tegemea na aina ya saratani. Kwa mfano saratani za damu ambazo zinashambulia chembe changa za kuzalisha damu ambazo tunaita acute leukemia, mara nyingi lazima uanze kwa kumpa dawa za saratani au kansa kwa kipindi cha wiki kadhaa, kama moja au wiki mbili, na kuhakikisha kwamba ugonjwa umeupiga na kuondoa. Na baada ya hapo endelea kumpa dawa za saratani au chemotherapy kuhakikisha kwamba ugonjwa haurudi tena kwa haraka. Kwa hiyo unaweza ukampa kwa muda mpaka 3. Unapotaka kudhibiti kabisa, aidha kuongeza muda wa ule ugonjwa kurudi au kutibu kabisa moja kwa moja, lazima ufanye upandikizaji wa chembe mama za kuzalisha damu.
Vipi kuhusu utafiti na mafunzo kwa magonjwa ya damu na hasa saratani ya damu unaofanywa na wataalamu wa hapa nchini?
Swala la utafiti, kama tunavyofahamu, utafiti ni muhimu. Tafiti ndio ambazo zinaweza kutoa mwelekeo, tafiti ndio ambazo zinaweza kusababisha tukaweza kupata miongozo mipya ya matibabu, na tafiti zinaweza kusababisha tukaweza kushauri sera ikiwa na ushahidi. Kwa hivyo chuo chetu kimejipambanua kwamba ni chuo kile katika kuweza kutoa tafiti zenye viwango ambavyo vinaweza kutusaidia katika miaka mingi, kutusaidia katika kuweza kusababisha sera zetu za afya ziwe na mwelekeo ambao unakutoa kufanya zaidi.
Tuna maabara maalum kwa ajili ya tafiti ya saratani hizi za damu, na maabara hii inahusika katika tafiti nyingi, lakini mojawapo ya tafiti ambazo zinafanyika ni tafiti ambayo inaangalia mabadiliko katika binadamu. Na tumeweza kufanikiwa kusaidia wagonjwa wa saratani sugu ya damu ambao inafanyika zaidi kama chronic leukemia au kwa kifupi CLL. Na katika saratani hii tuliweza kwenda kuangalia mabadiliko ya kinasaba katika wagonjwa hawa, na iliweza kutusaidia kuweza kuonyesha umuhimu wa kuangalia mabadiliko katika binadamu. Na sasa tunashukuru Mungu kwamba hata wagonjwa wetu wa hapa Tanzania wana uwezo wa kufanya katika hospitali ya taifa ya Muhimbili, na sio tu hapo, hata hospitali zingine mbalimbali nchini kama Pediatric na Guideline.
Daktari anafafanua nafasi ya mgonjwa wa saratani ya damu katika
kama nilikuwa najulikana kwamba ukishapata saratani kama saratani ya damu, lakini teknolojia zinakuendelea na kupata matumaini sasa ugonjwa wa saratani kwa kuona na kuongea kwamba sio saratani, unaweza kumpa dawa
na hii ndio mipango ya siku zijazo ya Chuo Kikuu cha Afya Sayansi Shirikishi cha Muhimbili katika kuimarisha utafiti, mafunzo na matibabu kwa wagonjwa wa saratani ya damu.
Kwa sasa pia tunaendelea kufanya utafiti ambazo tunaendelea kuangalia mabadiliko katika damu na kutumia mabadiliko haya kwamba kujua magonjwa mapema zaidi, kwamba mgonjwa aweze kutibiwa mapema na kuokoa maisha yake.
Nidevota ana nini cha kuambia watafiti na jamii kwa ujumla kuhusu ugonjwa wa saratani za damu? Na huu ni ushauri wa jinsi gani jamii, wadau na serikali wanavyoweza kushiriki katika kufanikisha huduma bora za saratani za damu nchini Tanzania.
Kwamba anao asioogope, ajue kama ni ugonjwa wa kawaida kama magonjwa mengine. Uweze kuepuka kama ni kupata bali kwamba lipo, lakini pata masharti unapona. Tuungane kwa pamoja saratani damu.
Frank. Nyang'anya nyekundu atumie nyeusi.
Ndugu washiriki wa kongamano hili la saratani ya damu katika Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, habarini za mchana. Karibuni sana katika kongamano letu hili la 8 la kusambaza matokeo ya utafiti, na kongamano la leo ni kuhusiana na saratani ya damu. Kabla sijaendelea, naomba ni watambue waliopo katika meza kuu. Wa kwanza ni mgeni wetu rasmi ambaye ni Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Afya, Profesa Abel Makubi. Naomba tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Alafu tunaye Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili ambaye ni Profesa Andrea Pembe. Tunaye pia Mkurugenzi wa Tiba Wizara ya Afya, Dr. Omar Mbuguyu. Alafu tunaye pia Naibu Makamu Mkuu Taaluma, Utafiti na Ushauri wa Kitaaluma wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi, Profesa Cll Iwcl. Na tunaye Naibu Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, Mipango, Fedha na Utawala, Profesa Saida Bod. Asante sana, na nashukuru pia wote walioweza kutufikia, wote waliofika mahali hapa kutoka Wizara ya Afya, Wizara ya Fedha, wizara tofauti na taasisi mbalimbali za afya zilizopo mahali hapa. Karibuni sana MUHAS katika kongamano letu hili. Bila kupoteza wakati, naomba nimkaribishe Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo, Profesa Andrea Pembe, aweze kutoa neno la ukaribisho, na alafu amkaribishe na mgeni wetu rasmi aweze kutufungulia rasmi kongamano letu hili. Asante.
Habari za mchana. Mgeni wetu rasmi Profesa Abel Makubi, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Afya. Mkurugenzi wa Tiba katika Wizara ya Afya, Dr. Omar Mbuguyu. Mkurugenzi wa Mipango ya Taifa kuzuia na kudhibiti magonjwa yasiyoambukiza, Dr. James Kaulogwe. Meneja Mpango wa Taifa wa Damu Salama, Dr. Magdalena Limo. Mkurugenzi wa Tiba katika National Health Insurance Fund, Dr. Raymond Munizano. Mkurugenzi mtendaji wa taasisi ya saratani ya Ocean Road, Dr. Julius Mwaisalage. Mkurugenzi wa hospitali ya Mnazi Mmoja Zanzibar, Dr. Msafiri Marijani. Naibu Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Taaluma, Utafiti na Ushauri wa Kitaaluma Profesa Apolinari Kamuhabwa, Naibu Makamu Mkuu wa Chuo Mipango, Fedha na Utawala Profesa Said Abud, watendaji wote kutoka katika Wizara ya Afya, Wizara ya Elimu, Sayansi na Teknolojia, pamoja na wizara zote ambazo ziko hapa, viongozi na watendaji wa Mpango wa Taifa wa Damu Salama, viongozi wanajumuiya wa Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, Hospitali ya Taifa Muhimbili, Hospitali ya Mifupa ya Muhimbili, pamoja na Taasisi ya Saratani ya Ocean Road na Taasisi ya Moyo ya Jakaya Kikwete, wanazuoni pamoja na wataalamu wote wa afya ambao wako hapa, wanafunzi, waandishi wa habari, naomba niwasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Kwa niaba ya management ya Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, ninayo furaha kubwa sana kuwakaribisha katika chuo chetu na kuwashukuru wote ambao mmehudhuria na kushiriki katika kongamano hili. Kwa kweli mmetupatia heshima kubwa sana kwa kubali kwenu kuja kushiriki hapa nasi, na kongamano hili ni kongamano la kisayansi ambapo sehemu kubwa ni sayansi ya saratani ya damu. Kwa hiyo kauli mbiu yetu ni utafiti na mafunzo, daraja la kuelekea huduma bora kwa wagonjwa wa saratani ya damu. Pekee kabisa napenda kutoa shukrani za dhati kwa mgeni wetu rasmi, Katibu Mkuu Wizara ya Afya, kwa kukubali kuja siku ya leo na kushirikiana nasi katika kongamano hili, kwani tunajua kwamba ana majukumu mengi ambayo yanamkabili. Karibu sana Profesa Abel Makubi, jisikie uko nyumbani, na hapa ni nyumbani kwako kwa sababu ulitoka hapa. Lakini pia tunapenda sana kuwashukuru wote na we mwenyewe kwa kuwa kiungo muhimu sana cha Chuo chetu Kikuu cha Afya cha Sayansi na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili pamoja na Wizara ya Afya, kwani tumekuwa tukitekeleza majukumu mbalimbali tuliopewa na serikali na kufikia malengo yetu. Hii inarahisisha sana katika kuhakikisha kwamba tafiti ambazo tunazifanya zinaendana pamoja na mafunzo tunayotoa, lakini pia yanaendana na mabadiliko ya sera kutokana na uhitaji ambao unakuwepo. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, lengo kuu la kongamano hili ni kukutanisha wadau mbalimbali wa magonjwa ya saratani ya damu nchini, ikiwemo watunga sera, watumishi wa sekta ya afya, watafiti, wanazuoni na wanashiriki wenza wanaosaidia kutekeleza shughuli mbalimbali zinazohuisha saratani ya damu na magonjwa mengine yasiyoambukiza. Katika mkusanyiko huu, matokeo ya tafiti mbalimbali za kisayansi yatawasilishwa na kujadiliwa kwa kina, kwa pamoja kupendekeza njia bora zaidi za kuboresha hali ya ugonjwa wa saratani ya damu hapa nchini kwetu. Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili, kama tunavyofahamu, sasa hivi kina umri wa karibu zaidi ya miaka 60 na kinatoa wahudumu mbalimbali na wataalamu wa afya ili kiweze kusaidia kutoa huduma. Lakini mafunzo haya yanaanzia kuanzia katika shahada za awali mpaka kufikia katika ubingwa ubebezi katika vitengo mbalimbali katika maabara na hospitali zetu hapa nchini. Hii imesaidia sana kuboresha pia hospitali zetu kwa kuhakikisha kwamba wataalamu wanaobobea wanapatikana katika kutoa elimu hapa Tanzania na vile vile kufanya tambuzi ya maradhi na matibabu yote yanayohusu saratani ya damu. Pamoja na hayo, Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili kimekuwa mstari wa mbele katika kufanya tafiti za afya, kushirikiana na wadau mbalimbali wa maendeleo. Chuo kimejitahidi kuhakikisha tafiti za afya ambazo zinafanywa zinakuwa katika maeneo ya afya yaliyopewa kipaumbele hapa nchini kwetu. Vile vile kwa kutambua kwamba tafiti yoyote inayofanywa haiwezi kuwa na manufaa yoyote kwa jamii na kwa taifa ikiwa matokeo yake yatabaki na watafiti wenyewe, basi chuo kilianzisha mpango wa kusambaza matokeo ya tafiti kwa jamii na wanasiasa kupitia makongamano ya kisayansi kama hili ambalo tunaliendesha katika siku ya leo. Na kama inavyoeleza, hili ni kongamano la 8 kufanyika toka ambapo tulianza kufanya makongamano haya mfululizo miaka 3 iliyopita. Aidha, ndugu mgeni rasmi, Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili kimekuwa mstari wa mbele katika elimu, tafiti, tiba ya magonjwa mbalimbali, na hilo ni kweli pia tunapoongelea saratani ya damu. Katika kongamano hili tutasikia na kujadili kuhusiana na saratani za damu na hivyo kuongeza ufahamu wetu na saratani za damu na changamoto zinazokabili nchi yetu katika matibabu ya saratani hizi. Kama tunavyotambua, wanasayansi ni watu muhimu katika jamii wanaofanya tafiti za kujua vyanzo vya matatizo na kutoa ufumbuzi wa matatizo hayo. Kongamano hili ni sehemu muhimu ya kusikia kutoka kwa wanasayansi wetu, sio tu kuhusu changamoto, bali pia mapendekezo yao ya namna ya kuchambua, kutatua changamoto hizi. Kwa kuwa kuna watunga sera, vile vile watumiaji huduma, basi pia tutaangalia ni namna gani ambapo tafiti hizi na changamoto ambazo zipo zitaweza kutatuliwa katika kuhakikisha kwamba tunatoa huduma bora zaidi kwa wananchi wetu. Napenda sana kuwakaribisha wote katika kongamano hili tuweze kuongea, kujadili, kutafakuri na pia kutoa mawazo yetu. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, naomba tu nikukaribishe uweze kusema machache kwa washiriki wote wa kongamano hili na pia uweze kufungua rasmi kongamano letu hili la sayansi la saratani ya damu hapa Tanzania. Karibu sana Profesa Abel Makubi.
Professor Andrea Pembe, the Vice Chancellor, Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences. Dr. Omar Ubulgu, the Director of Creative Services, the Ministry of Health. Deputy Chancellor, Academic Research and Consultants, Professor Apunali Kamhabwa. Professor Said Aboud, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Planning, Finance and Administration. Program Manager for the National Blood Transfusion Service, Dr. Magdalena Limo. Dr. Msafiri Marijani from Nazimoja Hospital in Zanzibar. Directors from Ocean Road Cancer Institute, Dr. Julius Moiselek, as well as the director from NHF, Dr. David. Officials from the Muhimbili National Hospitals, officials and executives from the National Blood Transfusion Services, executives from the Ministry of Health, Education, Science and Technology, officials and the members of Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences, academicians, the clinicians, the researchers, medical students, journalists, invited participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank the Almighty God for enabling us to survive until this important day, and in a very special way, to continue blazing our nation, Tanzania, with peace, unity, and solidarity. I feel very happy and honored to be part of this blood cancer symposium, which will discuss how research in the training can be a bridge towards quality of care for patients with blood cancers. Many thanks for inviting me to come to this event. In addition, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences through the Directorate of Research, Publication and Innovation for this program to educate communities, actors, politicians, through scientific conference and a symposia such as the one we're having today. MUHAS is one of the leading institutions in conducting and disseminating impact research on various diseases. For the first time, you have decided to organize this gathering of scholars, researchers, students, patient representatives, and fellow Tanzanians to educate each other about blood cancers and exchange ideas on how to best provide care to patients with blood cancers. Ladies and gentlemen, Tanzania recognizes the serious impact of cancer among Tanzanians and among Tanzanians. Statistics from the World Health Organization through the International Cancer Research Organization show that approximately 40,000 people are diagnosed with cancer each year in Tanzania, and 80% of this die annually. 10% of these cancers are blood cancers, and in Tanzania, blood cancer is the third leading cause of death after cervical cancer and esophageal cancer. In this regard, they account for 8% of all cancer-related deaths. Considering that blood cancer is one of the most manageable and curable cancers, the government is making great efforts to ensure that blood cancer patients in Tanzania receive appropriate treatment to avoid catastrophic effects of this disease. Ladies and gentlemen, blood cancers come in many ways. There are those which are chronic, but also we do see acute cases in severe form. There are those that affect the children more, and those which affect others more. All of this, if detected early, can be controlled and help the patient to continue with their economic activities and make a contribution to their communities and the country as a whole. Various studies have shown that in many patients, particularly in Tanzania, go undiagnosed, as it is well known that cancer spreads rapidly. That the patient arrives at the referral hospital with the disease at already an advanced stage. For example, lymphoma, which has been affecting most of our children. Baxi lymphoma is the leading cause of death in Africa, and it's treatable in many aspects. However, most of our children normally come at the early stage, at the advanced stage. And at that point, treatment becomes very difficult. Sadly, more than half of children with cancer lose their lives due to late arrival at the hospital and long time taking to obtain diagnostic results. There is a great need to educate the community about early signs and symptoms of blood cancer and encourage them to seek early medication or advice if they notice these symptoms. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing all of this, the government of Tanzania, through the Ministry of Health, developed a national cancer control strategy, which includes blood cancers. This strategy helps to ensure that we all work together in the same direction, the same vision, and the same stated goals. The ministry also launched the National Cancer Treatment Guideline, which provides guidance for cancer treatment. We have also improved blood cancer screening services by ensuring that special diagnostic equipment are available at the national and the referral zone hospitals, including our main center, Ocean Loud Cancer Institute. But at the moment also we have other centers at Bugando. We have also improved the diagnostic capacity for our national pathology lab, the CPL, and we are still working to improve blood cancer screening, and I believe in this forum we will share ideas on these improvements. In addition, the government has made significant strides in the management and the treatment of cancer through chemotherapy, radiation therapy, and more recently, for the first time in East Africa, we have begun to provide bone marrow transplant therapy. Congratulations to all. So when I was doing my medical student here as a postgraduate student, we just learned bone marrow transplant through theories. It was not possible to see a patient getting bone marrow transplant. For the first time, I saw the patient getting bone transplant in Oxford at UCL. And that was just like 10 years ago. So by that particular time, we were not able to provide a bone marrow transplant. So this is a great achievement in our society. So many congratulations to our government, and also many congratulations to our presidents, Samia Suluhu Hassan, for being able to provide the environment for us to be able to have these treatment centers at the advanced stage. And currently we have a special machine now for extracting blood, the blood products. And it's available at Muhimbili National Hospital. But also through the COVID fund, which we got last year, we also allocated money for buying more apheresis machines, 7 of them. And this will be distributed to all of zone hospitals. Again, congratulations to our government. So for the first time now, we shall be able to extract different blood products from our donors based on their blood components. We have been using whole blood to donate or to transfuse our patient, which is not the best practice. That is an improper use of blood products. So now we shall be able to provide a specific blood component to each patient based on the blood component which is required by the patient. So again, this is a huge improvement from our clinicians and from our researchers, but also from the government. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all this, the government, through the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, universities and other institutions, has continued to train and produce health professionals of various cadres, including laboratory experts, nurses, the doctors, specialist doctors, and the blood cancer specialists. This has greatly helped to strengthen the health system in the referral hospitals across the country for patients with blood cancers. We are proud to have Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences, which is the leading university in Tanzania, to educate various health professionals from undergraduate level to advanced level specialist doctors and specialists in various units, including laboratories. This also has helped to improve our hospitals by ensuring that specialists are able to educate other Tanzanians in diagnosing and treating diseases, including blood cancers. Ladies and gentlemen, research is the catalyst for improvement and development of any healthcare system. It is very difficult to make any progress to improve anything without first doing research to identify where the problem lies. So we have to invest much in research if we want to make more progress. MUHAS has been at the forefront of addressing the challenges of the health sector and providing various advice, and it continues to improve the lives of Tanzanians. For example, through a forum like this, you will be able to visualize and help and find answers to the treatment of sickle cell patients. I think that was done last year. We had the same forum. I'm sure that for the coming year, we'll be able to provide more symposium to the community. This is the best way we can share our findings, we can share our experience with the community. So VC, congratulations for this achievement and for being able to sustain this symposium each year, at least 2 or 3 each year. I remember 10 years ago, it was very difficult to have a symposium here. But now, at least you managed to have symposia at least 2 or 3 every year. This is a great also achievement on your side. Congratulations. Muhimbili University of Health and Allied Sciences has ensured that blood cancers are not left behind in research. We have been able to make efforts to raise funds through various donors to ensure that blood cancer research is conducted with the aim of improving the health of Tanzania. Our government will continue to support you in these great efforts you're all making. Through these efforts to improve diagnostic, therapeutic research and increase in the number of professionals, the government has reduced the cost of treatment of blood cancers abroad. As you remember, we used to refer most of our patients either to India or to other countries. But now we have cut down the referral cases by almost 85%. And this contribution has come mainly from Muhimbili, where now we are able to take care of most of our patients whom we used to refer abroad. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much on behalf of the government of the Republic of Tanzania for the good work you continue to do despite the challenges you face. I would like to encourage you to continue to work hard in the efforts to improve the health of Tanzanians. With these few remarks, I would like to announce that the scientific conference on blood cancer in Tanzania has officially been opened. Thank you for your time. And thank you.
Asante sana mgeni rasmi, asante kwa kutufungulia rasmi kongamano letu siku ya leo. Naomba tafadhali tumpigie tena makofi kwa shukrani kwa kuweza kutupatia hapa. Kabla ya kuendelea na vitu vingine, kuna jambo moja dogo lakini ni kubwa kwetu ambayo tulikuwa tunataka mgeni rasmi aweze kutusaidia kufanya. Kuna watu ambao tunataka kuwatambua kama Chuo Kikuu cha Afya na Sayansi Shirikishi Muhimbili kwa mchango wao katika fani hii ya hematology pamoja na matibabu ya saratani ya damu. Naomba sasa nimkaribishe naibu makamu mkuu wa chuo kwa upande wa taaluma, tafiti na ushauri wa kitaaluma ili aje awaite na tuweze kuna mgeni rasmi atusaidie kuwapa zawadi ambayo wameandaliwa na chuo. Karibu.
Ndugu mgeni rasmi, katika tukio hili tunatambua kwamba watu mbalimbali wametoa michango mbalimbali katika kuimarisha hiki kitengo cha saratani ya damu, lakini vile vile kitengo cha damu, aidha katika matibabu, katika ufundishaji au kufanya tafiti mbalimbali. Na kwenye symposium kama hizi huwa tunatambua angalau wachache ambao wameweza kutoa michango yao na ikatambulika. Nianze kwa kusema kwamba mchango wa kwanza ambao tumeutambua ni kwa mtu ambaye amefundisha hematology kwa muda mrefu sana. Wengi hapa ni wanafunzi wake. Na huyo ni Profesa Dr. Pius Magesa. Sasa kabla ya mtu aniseme machache kuhusu Dr. Magesa, Magesa amekuwa mwalimu hapa MUHAS kwa miaka mingi. Ametufundisha wengi, lakini ni kama ametengeneza idara. Kwa hiyo ameimarisha ile idara ambako imefika siku ya leo. Na nafikiri ndugu mgeni rasmi, wewe ni mwanafunzi wake na mwana idara mwenzake. Kwa hiyo Magesa, karibu.
Vice Chancellor Professor Andrea Pemba, Professor Kamuhaba na Professor Diabud, niseme maneno machache kuhusiana na Pius Magesa. Daktari, mimi nadhani tuanze kumita tu profesa hata kama hajakamilisha hizo. Hata kama hajakamilisha hizo pepa zetu, jamani, watu wengine vile tutafuta namna ya kuwaita maprofesa. Niongeze maneno machache kwa yale ambayo yasema Professor Magesa. Tunakushukuru sana na tunakupongeza sana kwa mchango wako katika field ya hematology, lakini pia katika mambo ya blood cancer. Na mimi niseme kwamba kama nimesema VC hapa, Professor Magesa yeye amefundisha mimi hapa, na mimi ndio the first hematologist nimefundisha, na yeye ndio product yake ya kwanza. Kuna siri moja ambayo mimi Magesa anaifahamu peke yake, kwamba mimi nilitaka kupelekwa mikoani. Professor Magesa akaandika mseme mikoani wa VC, mimi nikabaki hapa idara ya hematology. Hiyo ana mchango wake mkubwa sana Magesa kwenye maisha yangu, na kwa kweli ninajivunia kumuona hapa, na pia najivunia pia idara yangu kwa inaendelea kukua. Na leo nilikuwa nao kikao, nienda kuwasalimia. Kwa hiyo Professor Magesa, sisi tunakushukuru sana kwa mchango wako na Mungu akubariki. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Mtu wa pili ambaye katika kongamano hili tumeona tumtambue ni mwenzetu ambaye ametoa mchango mkubwa katika kufundisha katika tafiti na huduma katika eneo la Pediatric Oncology Tanzania. Hiki ni kitengo cha saratani kwa upande wa watoto. Mtu huyu ambaye nitamtaja amekuwa nasi kwa muda mrefu hapa chuoni, hospitali ya Muhimbili, na sasa katika kuanzisha programu ya kutoa wataalamu wabobezi wa magonjwa ya saratani kwa watoto. Mtu huyu anaitwa Dr. Trish Scanlan. Trish bado anaendelea kufanya kazi na sisi. So what I'm saying before you receive the trophy is that Trish has been with us to support the program, the Pediatric Oncology, and this program now, as it started, is doing very well. Thank you very much, Trish, for your contribution. Mtu wa tatu ambaye tumeona naye tumtambue, na huyu ni mwalimu wetu mkongwe, na mimi alinifundisha nikiwa first year. Ametoa mchango mkubwa sana katika Immunohistoric ni saratani ya damu. Amefundisha watu wengi, amesimamia mitaala, lakini katika huduma kwa wagonjwa, lakini vile vile katika kuhakikisha kwamba mitaala hii inafanya kazi na wanafunzi wanafundishwa vizuri. Na mtu huyu ni Dr. Hamza Maunda. Asante sana. Asante sana Mwalimu Hamza kwa mchango wako. Mgeni rasmi, hawa ni watu watatu ambao tuliona katika kongamano hili tuwatambue mchango wao ambao wamefanya, na tunawashukuru sana, na mgeni rasmi tunakushukuru sana kwa kutoa utambuzi huu kwa hawa ndugu zetu. Asante sana.
Asante sana Profesa Kamwaba kwa kutuongozea katika zoezi hilo. Sasa kabla hatujaenda katika kusikiliza keynote address, kuna jambo moja tu naomba chini tuweze kupata picha ya pamoja hapo nje. Nitaomba meza kuu watatoka pale nje ili tupate picha ya pamoja. Naomba watu watakaoenda nao wawe ni wageni wetu wote kutoka taasisi mbalimbali walizotufikia hapa, viongozi mbalimbali, panelists, na watoke nje ili tuweze kupata picha ya pamoja nayo. Watu wa idara ya hematology please, tupate picha ya pamoja, panelists, our chairs wa leo pamoja na mgeni rasmi. I'm asking all our visitors or our guests who are with us today that we could go outside and have a group photo before we return here for the keynote address. Thank you very much. This will take just 5 minutes so that we will be able to catch up with the program. Naomba na wale waliopata recipients wa award, tafadhali naomba pia watoke nje kwa ajili ya picha. Tunashukuru.
Zima off. Wait. Sawa, mambo yanaje? Hai, karibu sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our next session in just a few minutes. The guest of honor is just speaking with the media, and after that, we'll come back and we'll continue with our program. It will take only seconds, so please bear with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. Now we continue with your session. Now I'd like to welcome Professor Amos Mwakigonja, who is going to be the chair of this session. Professor Amos, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, our MC. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege now to invite the keynote speaker, who is Dr. Clara Chamba. Something I wanted to say about blood cancers. The main problem with blood cancer is that they go unrecognized. In the general public as well as even within the medical fraternity, most of blood cancers are unrecognized, therefore they are underreported. These patients will suffer long without getting the proper and right treatment and without being treated on time. And as a result, we tend to lose most of them. So I just want to highlight one case before I invite Dr. Chamba. There was sometimes they come as solid tumors. So this was a young man working in a gold mine somewhere in Tanzania, Southern Highlands, and he presented with an inguinal lymphadenopathy for medical doctors. An isolated inguinal lymphadenopathy. The biopsy was brought to Muhimbili National Hospital, and he got the initial diagnosis of an extraskeletal osteosarcoma, Ewing sarcoma, something. Extraskeletal Ewing sarcoma. You see? And then, now the medical doctor where he was working is my classmate. So when the report went back to him, he said, no, something is a bit fishy. So he called me as a classmate. He said, Amos, can you please review this case? Then I reviewed and discovered that it was a lymphoid tumor. And we did some immunohistoric chemistry and they referred the patient to India where he was confirmed to have a lymphoblastic leukemia, which presented as an isolated inguinal, for that matter, inguinal lymph node. And usually in the medical circles, we are taught to ignore inguinal lymph nodes because, we tend to have a lot of injuries in our feet, and then most of them tend to be reactive. You see? So that is how much unrecognized they can be. With that, I should not waste more time. Dr. Cll Chamba is a lecturer in the Department of Hematology and Blood Transfusion. She's also the head of Hematology and Blood Transfusion. This department is very privileged to be led by ladies. There has been probably years. After Dr. Piusi Magesa, we had Professor Julie, before that was Dr. Magdalena Limo, and then Professor Julie Makani, and now Dr. Cll Chamba. You can see this is probably ladies only department. We should look about gender imbalance. Welcome.
Guest of honor, Professor Abel Makubi, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Makigoncha, for the kind introductions, and thank you, MUHAS management, for trusting me with this platform. Today, I'm going to give a presentation, which is the details of which are results from different research projects that have been done with MUHAS researchers, as well as researchers from its affiliated institutions. And this you can find in the summary section of your compendium booklets. So just to highlight on the burden of blood cancers in Tanzania, starting first with the global outlook. From the global perspective, blood cancers constitute 7% of all cancers worldwide, but in sub-Saharan Africa, this value is a bit higher at 10% of all cancers. In Tanzania, we have 40,000 cases of cancer, and this contributes to 80% of the mortality rates. Blood cancers are the third leading cause of cancer mortality, cancer-related deaths. In children, the picture is a bit more staggering. We have blood cancers being the leading cause of cancers, and also the leading cause of cancer-related deaths in children in the country. Back when I was a teenager, the first time I heard about blood cancer, and this was from the news, following the passing of the father of our nation, the late Julius Kambarage Nyerere. And the media told us that he had died from, that he had been diagnosed of leukemia. And this is the first time I heard about blood cancer. 25 years later, we are still fighting blood cancer. And today we will understand where exactly are we in this fight where blood cancer is concerned. So before I talk about the situation in Tanzania, it's important that we understand that when we are talking about blood cancer, we're talking about a group of heterogeneous diseases, of which from the research that we've done, we found that the most common in our setting are the leukemias, lymphomas, and multiple myeloma. And the type of cancer is dependent upon the cell of origin. If you remember from your basic biology, you have red cells, white cells, and platelets. And in that same way, the presentation of these diseases is reflected depending on the cell that is affected. So normally the symptoms, you will have bleeding tendencies, for where the platelets have been impaired, but these patients will also present with recurrent fevers or recurrent infections because there's impairment in the white blood cells, but also anemia, which will present as excessive fatigability, dizziness, headaches, palpitations. And for multiple myeloma, we have bone pains. They affect mainly the bones, so we'll have bone pains and fractures, pathological fractures. In lymphomas, we can have swellings resulting from lymph node swellings, but also swellings from different organs in the body, such as the spleen and the liver. So these are all the presenting features, and they're dependent upon the cells. They're reflected by the changes that happen in the cells that are being affected. But the most striking thing that we have found in most of the studies that we've done is that most of our patients present at a younger age compared to our Western counterparts. Given an example of CLL, chronic lymphocytic leukemia, which is the most common cancer in the elderly in the West. In the West, they present at a median age of 71, but in our setting, they present at a median age of 60 years. And this is the same when you look at the entire spectrum of the other types of blood cancer. But the other striking thing is that most of our patients present in very late stages and in advanced disease. So the reason for presenting with the late stages are numerous, some of which beginning with just lack of awareness or limited awareness on the part of the patients, but also complications with regards to referral systems. This results in diagnostic delays, but also limited capacity in terms of diagnostic facilities and treatment facilities. So when we look at the journey of blood cancer in Tanzania, we started in 1996 with the institution of the Ocean Road Cancer Institute. And at the time, this was the only institute dealing with cancer. But Muhimbili National Hospital quickly picked up pace. And in 2004, they had the MNH Pediatric Oncology Center. And this was in addition to several other services they already had in place for hemato-oncology for adults. But now in 2022, we have 6 cancer centers across the country. So we have in Dar es Salaam, we have Ocean Road Cancer Institute and Muhimbili National Hospital, but also from the private sector, we have Aga Khan Hospital. And we also have KCMC in Kilimanjaro, Bugando Medical Center in Mwanza, Mbeya Zonal Referral Hospital in Mbeya, and Benjamin Mkapa Hospital in Dodoma. So these are all centers where blood cancers are being managed. But the other thing is that we have been seeing an increase in our services. Right now, we are at a stage where we are talking bone marrow transplant, which is a cure for blood cancer, something that we did not think of in the past few years. But in keeping with this pace of the increasing services and extensive services, MUHAS has taken its role in training. And thanks to a publication made by Professor Julie Makani in 2017, we now have this documented in literature, the journey of training hematologists in Tanzania. And in 2005, we had 1 qualified hematologist, Pius Magesa. And together with the other 4 faculty members, we commend them for recognizing the need and initiating the program, the Masters of Medicine and the Masters, the super specialization program in hematology and blood transfusion. And in 2011, they received their first graduate, who is Professor Abel Makubi, guest of honor today. And also a year later, we had 3 hematologists, Master of Medicine hematologists, of which we have Dr. Stella, who was the first female hematologist in Tanzania. Dr. Colin Meda, who's also with us here today somewhere, I think, or stepped out. And we also have Dr. Alex Magesa, who's also at the Ministry of Health. In 2020, the pace picked up and we had about 20 hematologists, but what we had in this year is the initiation of the Pediatric Hemato-Oncology MSc program. That is when it began. And today in 2022, we expect to be having the first batch of graduates from this program, but also we have 25 hematologists in the country who are now serving across the 6 centers. And we also have, in the department, we have 5 permanent faculty members, but we also have 10 honorary faculty members and collaborating with other institutions. And this all has been done with collaborators, which I would not be doing justice if I don't recognize the University of Oxford in its contributions to the training program in MUHAS. So this is just to give you a pictorial overview or a pictorial distribution of the cancer centers that we have. And I'm happy to say that all these centers, we have a hematologist there. So we really should have no excuse of not being able to manage blood cancer in Tanzania. However, blood cancer requires specialized diagnostic testing. To be able to know that a patient has blood cancer, you need specialized tests. And when I say specialized tests, I mean that we also need skilled staff, specially skilled staff, but also we need specialized equipment for these procedures. So this is just a summary. I won't go into the details of these procedures, but that is what you need to know. We need specialized tests, we need specialized skills, and we need specialized equipment. Now, if I just take you through our different cancer centers, we appreciate that we have our facilities all have the basic diagnostic test, which is a full blood picture and a blood smear for just being able to say that this patient has blood cancer. However, we still have limited capacity when it comes to diagnostic services. If I look at Muhimbili National Hospital, which is actually the best equipped in the country, even Muhimbili National Hospital is still lacking some facilities. So on the part of adult leukemias, in Muhimbili National Hospital, we are still diagnosing adult leukemias based on morphology alone. And studies have the standard of diagnosing leukemias is flow cytometry. However, we are diagnosing using bone marrow morphology. And the research studies that have been done by Ahamisa et al. In collaboration with MNH and MUHAS have shown that in the absence of flow cytometry, we are misdiagnosing leukemias at least 8% of the time. And 8% for cancer is a significant number. This means that we still need to strengthen our facilities with regards to flow cytometry, particularly for our adult patients. For the pediatric patients, we are grateful for the Pediatric Oncology Group, which has tried to make this service available across the in MNH for all other children in other parts. So for other patients most patients have to be referred from these other centers to MNH in order to be able to receive proper diagnostic testing services. But in the part of molecular testing or molecular analysis, I need to bring to your attention that blood cancers, the molecular aspect in blood cancers is very important. Most of these blood cancers cannot be treated adequately if we do not know the molecular mutations that are present in them. So what we are doing right now, we are treating them, but we now have targeted therapies which offer a better response to treatment, which we are not using because we do not know the mutations that are present in our patient population. So when we talk about research, bridging the gap and improving the quality of life in patients, it brings me to a research that was done in MUHAS by Nassar et al., Ahlam Nassar et al. And this is a research that helped establish, in collaboration with MNH, establish services for BCR-ABL testing for chronic myeloid leukemia. So this is a diagnostic test for chronic myeloid leukemia, which allows our patients to be able to receive targeted therapy. And we're grateful to collaborators because we've now been able to establish these services in Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center, as well as in Bugando Medical Center. And we hope that with the help of our collaborators, the Max Foundation, will be able to continue to expand these services across the country. So with management, we have made significant strides in management, moving from a time when it was mainly palliative, mainly palliation for most of the blood cancers as a result of a limited diagnostic capacity and also limited supportive care. But now we are talking about cure and disease modification. That is a significant stride. And this is because we now have improved access to chemotherapy and also improved access to targeted agents. We have advanced therapies, and we have also been able to strengthen the supportive care, in other words, blood and blood products, as well as ICU care. Most of our patients require management in ICU. If we look at the management capacity across the different cancer treatment centers, the X in this diagram basically denotes limited capacity. So you can almost immediately see that Muhimbili National Hospital, Ocean Road, and KCMC are ranking high with regards to management. But even with that, there's still a limitation. And as a result, we have a lot of patients who are forced to travel long distances to be able to access treatment. And remember that most of these, if they're receiving a disease-modifying agent, this is treatment that they need to receive for the rest of their lives. So patients are forced to travel across the country on a monthly basis just to access care. So something needs to be done, at least on the part of the other zonal referral hospitals, so that these services can also be available for them, and because this contributes to the diagnostic delays that we've been talking about. But we also have, we thank the Ministry of Health because we now have the standard treatment guidelines, and we also have the National Cancer Control Strategy, which clearly outlines the treatment that is available in the country for blood cancers. However, we have to admit, myself and I'm sure the hematologists in this room, that we have not been able to follow that guideline. And this is because of lack of availability of some of the medication, but also some medications you find they're not registered. And some of them are not covered by national health insurance, but also almost all of them are expensive. And patients are forced to pay for these medications if they don't have insurance or if they're not covered by insurance. So as a result, the decision that we make, the guiding decision for the treatment of our patients is not based on the best standard treatment or on the guidelines, but rather on affordability and availability. And we ask the patient, do you have insurance? And that is a major guiding factor towards the treatment of the cancer. But we also have new targeted therapies, which are coming up. We have been talking about bone marrow transplant, but bone marrow transplant also requires it requires treatment with new novel agents. And these novel agents they are not registered in the country yet. And I'm sure MNH has a way of being able to access them through special permits, but it's high time that these agents also become registered in the country. But we cannot talk about treatment of blood cancers, of course, without talking about blood. It is impossible to treat blood cancer in the absence of blood in this blood, of safe and specialized blood and blood products. So in all these hospitals that we have blood banks, but their capacity is limited in the sense that we need to be able to have equipment for making specialized blood components, for blood components. And I'm glad I've heard that we're going to be soon having apheresis machines in the different zones. And so that is going to be a very significant and important step in this. So with regards to the research that we have ongoing in MUHAS now, MUHAS is conducting different research to address the diagnostic challenges that we're having on the part of lymphoma, where most children are being diagnosed very late. We have the Cll study, which is a multi-site study that is looking at alternative ways of making a diagnosis of lymphoma that will not require highly specialized staff or highly specialized skills, so that we can be able to make a diagnosis earlier and allow our patients to be able to be managed earlier. But we also have the Cll project, which is looking at CLL, trying to build capacity in terms of research, but also in training and also in the management of CLL. We have the CML and also the acute leukemia mutation profile study, which is trying to characterize different mutations to be able to establish the reasons as to why our patients, first of all, why are we getting them at a younger age, but also why are they not responding to treatment in the way that we expect them to respond. So there are several challenges that I have talked about, but every challenge, we believe, is an opportunity in disguise, and it's also an opportunity for us to learn and also to grow. So in terms of human resource, we still need to build human resource capacity, but we also have research and innovation. In order to be able to have better care, we need to do more research. And we also need to come up with innovative ways of being able to diagnose our patients and also come up with treatment modalities that are good for our patients and can work in our patients in our settings. But we also need to increase awareness to the public, to patient groups, but also to primary healthcare facility workers. And also we need to improve on our investments and in infrastructure. And as a means of a way forward, we are still working together in different institutions, collaborating together within the country, but also with the Ministry of Health and also with collaborators outside the country and different organizations to be able to improve the care for our patients through getting more and more equipment, more facilities, advancing therapies, palliative care, counseling our patients when they have been diagnosed, but also in research and innovation, training and capacity building, and also in advocacy programs. But of course, challenges exist,
and challenges can be sorted out if we work together. So I would like to thank everyone who has been involved in the fight against cancer. Let us keep going. The future is bright for blood cancer. Thank you.
As you can see, that was a very eloquent presentation from Dr. Cll Chamba. A very big round of applause. And if you could follow the talk, you can see it sort of maps the situation of blood cancer in Tanzania, and as well as you can get sort of a map of blood cancer management or care in the country. And then you can identify the gaps where we can work together to bridge the gaps so that we can improve and give quality care to blood cancer patients in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the keynote speech, we have testimony.
Thank you, Professor Mwakigonja, for that. Another round of applause for Mwakigonja as well as Dr. Clara. Now, as Professor Mwakigonja said, we have two people who are the blood cancer survivor who will give testimony, short testimony before we go to the next session. Naomba niwakaribishe mashujaa wetu hawa wa saratani ya damu. Wa kwanza kabisa anaitwa Mr. Gerard Masalago. Tafadhali naomba uje mbele ili uweze kuongea maneno machache kabla sijamuita mtu wa pili. Karibu sana.
Ndugu katibu mkuu, viongozi na wanazuoni mliopo hapa, wanafunzi, madaktari na wengine wote, itifaki ikiwa imezingatiwa, habarini za mchana. Kwa majina naitwa Gerard Masalago. Ni miongoni mwa Watanzania ambao walipata hii changamoto ya blood cancer. Lakini nasimama mbele yenu hii hapa leo kuambia kwamba blood cancer is not death sentence. Kwa ufupi, kama sio mtaalamu ni vigumu kufahamu kwamba ni nini hasa unaumwa ama ni kitu gani kinachokusumbua. Kwa hiyo kwa uzoefu wangu mimi nilihangaika kidogo kwa muda mfupi kabla sijafahamu hasa ni nini ambacho kilikuwa ni shida. Utakwenda hospitali ya kwanza utapima, ya pili utapima vyote, lakini hautafahamu kwamba ni nini hasa unaumwa. Ninachokumbuka baadaye, damu ilifikia kiwango hadi cha kama 4 hivi au 3 point. Nilikuja Muhimbili hapa, ilikuwa mwezi wa 5 2017. Nimefika hapo nikawa admitted. Kwa baada ya hapo nikachukua vipimo vyote ambavyo vilihusika, ikiwa ni pamoja na kipimo cha bone marrow, na baadaye majibu yakaja, nikaambiwa kwamba changamoto ilikuwa ni hiyo saratani ya damu. Baada ya hapo nikawa referred kwenda Ocean Road ambako nilianza matibabu ya chemotherapy. Nikakutana hapo na Dr. Ana Dr. nimesahau jina kidogo, ameshahama kwa sasa hivi hapo. Lakini baada ya hapo tukawa tumepata daktari mwingine ambaye aliendelea kutuhudumia ambaye ni Dr. Hamisa, yuko pale. Na madaktari wengine, lakini kubwa zaidi mwanzoni kabisa nilikutana na Dr. Ana hapa, Profesa Ana, nikutana naye hapa Muhimbili. Ndiye ambaye alinisomea majibu yangu kwa mara ya kwanza. Na aliniuliza neno moja tu kwamba kati ya hayo maneno yote ni lipi ambalo unaogopa. Nikawa nimemwambia na akanifafanulia vizuri tu na maisha akaendelea. Na alikuwa na Dr. Iwcl. Baada ya hapo ndio tukapata msukumo wa kuanzisha taasisi ya saratani ya damu ambao tumeisajili mwaka jana mwezi wa 11 tarehe 1 na tukapata usajili wa miaka 10 nadhani, ambayo inaitwa Blood Cancer Foundation of Tanzania. Na siku chache za usoni tukiwa tayari tutawakaribisha ili kushiriki huo uzinduzi wa hiyo taasisi. Lengo kubwa zaidi ni kufikisha ujumbe kwa Watanzania walio wengi kwamba blood cancer sio mwisho wa maisha, lakini kubwa zaidi kupeleka elimu kwa wananchi, kwa maana ya wananchi wa Tanzania, kwamba wafahamu hiki kitu kipo, lakini changamoto ni kwamba ile awareness ni ndogo. Lakini pili, upataji wa huduma hususan wale wanaotoka vijijini anakuwa anakutana na changamoto mbalimbali. Moja ikiwa hiyo ya ugonjwa, lakini usafiri, uchumi wetu unatofautiana, kwa inakuwa changamoto kabisa. Mwisho, kabla sijaondoka hapa, niendelee kuishukuru serikali kwa pale ilipofikia kwa kuendelea kutoa msaada ama matibabu kupitia wizara husika. Lakini pili, ni washukuru madaktari ambao wanaendelea kutuhudumia na wanaoendelea kuwahudumia wale ambao hawajafika hapa leo. Kwa niaba yao tunawashukuru sana. Kingine kinachofanyika hapa leo ni kuhusu utafiti. Kwa tuendelee kuwekeza utafiti, tujue hususan zaidi chanzo cha haya ni nini. Tukifahamu chanzo, itakuwa ni vizuri zaidi hata kuelimisha umma kwamba waepuke hivyo vitu ili wasije wakapata changamoto hiyo. Kuna baadhi ya sababu ambazo tunazifahamu, lakini bado haijaeleweka zaidi kwamba shida ni nini ama mtu anapataje, dalili zinakuwaje. Dalili zinatofautiana, inategemeana na mtu na uzoefu wake ambao amekutana nao huko. Kwa hiyo tuhimize elimu kwa wananchi, tuwahamasishe wananchi wajitokeze kupima afya zao, hususan kwenye kansa za damu na magonjwa mengine yasiyoambukizwa. Baada ya kusema hayo, ninawashukuru na karibuni sana siku ya uzinduzi wa taasisi yetu.
Asante sana Bwana Gerard, huyo ni shujaa wetu wa saratani ya damu, na tunayo shujaa mwingine wa saratani ya damu, huyo anaitwa Mr. Kelvin Kashaija. Tafadhali naomba usogee mbele ili uweze na wewe ukasema maneno machache.
Asante. Habari za mchana.
Nzuri.
Mabibi na mabwana. Kwa majina naitwa Kelvin Kashaija. Pia ni mmoja wa survivors wa saratani. Kwanza kwa kusema kwamba naomba nitumie slogan moja kama alivyosema kaka yangu hapo kwamba cancer, sawa, cancer is treatable, kwamba ukipata saratani sio kwamba ndio mwisho wako wa maisha. Sawa? So tutafikisha ujumbe kwamba kwa watu wote, watoto, watu wazima, saratani ya damu, utapopata saratani ya damu, usiogope kwa sababu madaktari wapo na utaweza kutibiwa mapema na ukapona. Historia yangu katika huu ugonjwa wa saratani ni kitambo sana, sawa? Kama 13 years ago, nilipotambulika na ugonjwa wa saratani, ambapo nilikuwa ni mnamo 2010 mwanzoni, lakini nilianza kuumwa before that before 2010, 2019 ndio nilianza kuumwa. It all just started like kuishiwa damu, uvimbe na hivi, but baadaye nilipokuja kugundulika wakagundulika kwamba mimi na saratani ya damu. Hapo nikaanza matibabu yangu 2010 Ocean Road. Baada ya kutibiwa, baadaye tukaja tukahamia Muhimbili 2011, Tumaini la Maisha. Kipindi hicho nilikuwa bado mtoto kwa sababu even now bado mimi ni mwanafunzi wa University of Dar es Salaam. Sawa, ila kwa kipindi kile nilikuwa na miaka I was only 10 years old. Nilikuwa na miaka 10 nilipogundulika kwamba na saratani. Nilipoanza matibabu Ocean Road. Baadaye tukahamishiwa Muhimbili 2011 ambapo nilitibiwa mpaka 2015 ambapo nilimaliza matibabu yangu. So naona hiyo range hapo like 5 years bado nilikuwa katika matibabu. Kikubwa katika ugonjwa wa saratani kuna dalili nyingi unazoweza kuzipata kama vile unakuwa unaishiwa damu, homa kali, kama alivyosema daktari hapa, swollen nodules katika shingo, japokuwa ni saratani ya damu, leukemia, but unapata uvimbe sometimes kwenye necks like that, mpaka utumie dawa ndio unaweza kukaa vizuri. Una symptoms nyingi sana za leukemia, but hizo ni fupi sana na hisi madaktari wanazijua. Kwa haraka ugonjwa wa saratani, sawa, na experience yangu mimi kama nilivyokuwa nimeugua, sawa, ni hard, sawa, hususan katika swala zima la matibabu. Unavyokuwa unaumwa, kutapika, kutumia chemotherapies, unakuwa unanyonyoka mpaka nywele zote zinatoka kichwani, chemotherapies, vipimo nini zile 6MPs, vidonge, so hivyo. Kingine watu walikuwa wanaogopa masuala zima ya mionzi. Ocean Road ilikuwa tumia sana mionzi, ilikuwa napigwa mionzi. So unakuta kule jamii zetu za Kiafrika tunaamini bwana huyu akishapigwa mionzi hamna kitu tena, anaweza akasurvive. So mimi ni shuhuda huru kwamba nimetumia hiyo mionzi radioactive, na nipo vizuri mpaka sasa hivi, nimepona. Sawa, kwamba watu kingine experience ambayo nimeipata, unajua since then, kwa sababu teknolojia ilikuwa ni ndogo, I don't know au ni shida ni nini, but nadhani vifo vilikuwa ni vingi sana vya watoto, labda kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa dawa za kutosha, pia gharama za dawa zilikuwa ni kubwa, kwa sababu tunapojua saratani, cancer, there's a lot of money paying for the treatment. So and if a mother does not have money for treating his or her child, so it may lead to sometimes a mother delaying to take a child to the hospital. So naweza kampelekea yeye au yani kumpelekea huyo mtoto au huyo mtu ambaye ana saratani ya damu kuweza kupoteza maisha au kuchelewa. Tunapojua kwamba ukishachelewa and things are not going well. Sawa, isiongee sana kwa sababu ya muda, na jaribu tu kuwahusia kwamba sosani watu ambao the Tanzanians, sawa, the Tanzanians citizens ambao watu bado wana ile imani za zamani kwamba mtu akishapata saratani, hususani saratani ya damu, leukemia, not survive. Na naomba tu kuwapa kwamba wasiamini hivyo, because madaktari wako vizuri hapo, hususani Muhimbili National Hospital inajaribu kutoa madaktari wazuri, kama alivyosema hapa climatologist wa swala mazima ya saratani. Kwa hiyo wasiogope kuwaleta watoto hao mapema hospitalini ili waweze kupata treatment za saratani. Pia naomba kutoa shukrani zangu sana kwa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, hususan hii awamu yetu ya sasa hivi, kwa mama yetu Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, kwa mchango wake mkubwa ambao anaendelea kutoa sana katika chuo kikubwa hiki cha Muhimbili, kwamba kuweza kuzalisha wataalamu mbalimbali ambao watakuja baadaye kuweza kuwasaidia Watanzania walio wengi. Pia naomba kutoa shukrani zangu kwa chuo kikuu cha MUHAS, Muhimbili National Hospital, kwa kuweza kufanya researches mbalimbali, na pia kama nilivyosema kutoa quality doctors ambao katika climatologist. Pia nisitakuwa mchoyo wa fadhila, kama mmeona kuna mtu amepata tuzo hapo anaitwa Dr. Trish. Nilikuwa sijasema sana, ila she's one of my doctors first time at Ocean Road. She was with Dr. Jane. So nashukuru sana, nimefurahi sana kumuona na nimeona amepata tuzo. It's nice kwamba mnatambua mchango wake. She's playing a big part, a big role. Hususan mpaka mimi pia unavyoniona hapa. Thanks to her a lot. Thanks to her a lot. Thanks to her a lot. Pia naomba kutambua mchango wa wazazi wangu popote walipo. Mama yangu, baba yangu wametumia a lot wa kukata tamaa kwangu mimi mpaka leo hii nimesimama hapa mbele yenu. Naendelea kusoma katika University of Dar es Salaam mwaka wa 3. Sina mengi ya kuzungumza sana, but sometimes it's emotional, but you need to handle it, sawa? So natumia nafasi hii kuwashukuru sana na karibuni sana. Kama nilivyoanza na maelezo kusema mchana mwema.
Thank you very much. I think another round of applause for our cancer survivor is needed. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we are glad that you're here with us. We are praying that you. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor unfortunately has other things that he needs to attend, and he wants to leave before we go to the next session. So I would like to ask him to vacate the house, and I will ask the rest of us so that we can clap and applaud for him as a sign of appreciation for taking his time to come to this symposium. Asante sana, naomba tuendelee na. Let us continue with our next session so that we do not waste time. Right now, I would like to welcome the chair of the panel discussion. We have the chair is Professor Cll Iwcl, and the co-chair, I think, Dr. Nathaniel Cyril. Can you please come to the front and take the role? Karibuni sana. Sorry, there's somebody who, just one announcement, there's somebody who has somehow lost his car keys. If you see a car key just near you that you're not aware of, can you please just raise your hand? They can find their car keys. Asante sana. Karibu, Professor.
Since the guest of honor has left, let me start by thanking all dignitaries who are in the room. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this panel discussion. I'm Eligius Liamuya of the Department of Microbiology and Immunology here at MUHAS. The chair of the discussion, and we have Dr. Nathaniel Cyril, of the School of Public Health and Social Sciences as the co-chair. Let me declare also that I'm a former student of Professor Magesa, and I thank him a lot. Asante sana Professor kwa kunifundisha. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank the panelists who are here present. They are 8 altogether, and I'm very thankful that they came as requested. Now, the purpose of this panel discussion is to provide a platform to the various stakeholders to discuss issues around the theme that is research and training, a bridge towards quality care for blood cancer patients in Tanzania and elsewhere in the world, I suppose. Altogether, there are 8 panelists who are going to contribute to this discussion. And you have 10 minutes for each one of you. Please, we make an advance request for you to keep to time. We shall not hesitate to stop you politely, but respectfully. And don't get annoyed about that. It's just in the interest of time so that we have adequate time for discussion. So the bios for each of the panelists is included in the booklet. I encourage you to read through to appreciate their accomplishments. So in introducing them, I'm just going to make a very brief introductory note mentioning their names, titles, and positions only. So let me introduce the panelists as follows. We have Dr. Magdalena Limo. If you can raise your hand and come to the front as you do so. She is a physician and hematologist, program manager of the National Ministry of Health in Tanzania, and she continues to be a honorary lecturer in the Department of Hematology and Blood Transfusion here at MUHAS. And then we have Dr. David Raymond Munizano, please, and come to the front. He's a physician and actually a gastroenterologist and director of Medical Services National Health Insurance Fund, a very important fund. Then we have Dr. Cll Iwcl. Welcome, please. She's a clinical hematologist and head of the hematology unit at Muhimbili National Hospital. We have Dr. Julius Maiselagi, oncologist and executive director, Ocean Road Cancer Institute. We have Professor Anna Shu, who is a honorary consultant hematologist and the director of Molecular Diagnostics Department of Oncology, University of Oxford. But she is also a faculty at MUHAS, Department of Hematology and Blood Transfusion. We have Dr. Msafiri Marijani. And one is a pathologist at Mnazi Mmoja and the director of Mnazi Mmoja, executive director of Mnazi Mmoja Hospital in Zanzibar. We have Dr. Omari Ubuguyu. Most welcome. On behalf, someone has come on behalf. If you can mention your name, please. James Kiologwe. Okay, you will take two heads as a program manager of the NCDs and also representing the Director of Curative Services Ministry of Health, Tanzania. Okay, thank you very much. So those are the panelists. As I said, you have a maximum of 10 minutes for responding to the questions and answers, please. And at the end, we shall give opportunity to the panel, to the to the audience to ask questions and make comments. I will start with the first three, and Dr. Cll will proceed with the other five and also make a final statement after concluding the session. So without further ado, let me start with you, Dr. Magdalena Limo. Diagnostics and the treatment services to blood cancers are expanding in the country. This was alluded to in the keynote speech also. And we know it is not possible to manage patients with blood cancers without reliable supply of appropriate, safe, and specialized blood products. Now, how does the National Blood Transfusion Service align itself with this increasing demand? That is one. But two, how does the National Blood Transfusion Service play a role in on-job training on rational use of blood and blood products so that the little that is available is used rationally? Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Lyamuya, for allowing me to start. And I've been given 10 minutes, but I think probably 10 minutes is going to be a long time. I probably will use a shorter time, and maybe you will allow me to speak a bit later. So let me talk about the National Blood Transfusion Service. So this is a program of the ministry. It's important to sort of understand how this works so that then we can go on to see how NBTS is aligning itself with the needs, the increasing demand for blood and blood products. So it's a program of the Ministry of Health, and it was established due to a recommendation by the WHO. Actually, it's a very old recommendation since 1972. The National Blood Transfusion Service should have been established by then, but then it was established in 2004. And the reason the WHO recommended that blood safety services be organized or coordinated at a national level is to ensure that the highest degree of quality and safety is maintained throughout blood safety services. So we currently have 8 zonal centers. These are in Dar es Salaam, Kilimanjaro, Mwanza, Tabora, Mbeya, Mtwara, the Tanzania People's Defense Forces, and then the newest one is in Dodoma region. And this is in alignment with the rest of the health services. And it's really an honor, it's really a great thing to see that the distribution of hematologists that was presented by Dr. Clara sort of aligns with that zonal distribution. So now we have zonal blood centers, but then we're also glad we have hematologists within that same area. So that is one way of saying we are sure that blood safety services will be overseen also at the zonal level, because now we have specialists who are also at that level. And the other thing I wanted to also just present as an overview is when we talk about blood safety services, I prefer to use the word blood safety services. We always say blood transfusion, but it's really blood safety. Because for you to have a safe transfusion, it begins with the vein of the donor. So it's a spectrum. It's really, we call it the transfusion chain. And what you're meant to do is to ensure safety from one vein to the other vein, right? So we're talking about a blood transfusion chain. So what one does along that chain, there's so many different things that go on along that chain. And yeah, so we have blood centers, we have people who are collectors, people who are storing, people who are recruiters, advocates, people who, all the way to plasma fractionation. So how is NBTS aligning itself with the increasing demand? So increasing demand is brought about, one, by a growing population. So right now we're talking about 55 million people, but maybe the census will show something else. And we know that in order to meet the demand, we have to collect 10 units for every 1,000 individuals, right? So 10 units for every 1,000 individuals in the country is your minimum target. And just to have a round figure of where Tanzania is, we are at 6 units per 1,000, which is 60% of the national requirements. How does this compare internationally? Low middle income countries, the average is about 4.6 per 1,000. So we are a little bit better than the average for low and middle income countries, but we are nowhere near what developed countries achieve. For them, it's 32 per 1,000. So they are like 300%, we are at 60%, and the average is like 40%. So there's still a lot that needs to be done. One, just to meet the collection volumes, but we're also seeing an increase in services, not just for blood cancers. We're seeing a lot of specialized surgeries being introduced. And so this means that now we have to move on to using blood components. In blood safety, we say that you need to give the right product to the right patient at the right time. Okay? So right patient, right product, right time. But then there are also issues like volume. What volume do you give? And so this is one thing which we also need to align ourselves with. So that's how we are aligning ourselves with the increasing demand. But then we also have in each region, we have blood safety teams. In each council, we have blood safety teams. So blood safety services are available at zonal level, at regional level, and at council level, okay? But due to the increase in demand, we are now establishing regional blood centers and emphasizing on increasing the capacity for blood component production at regional level. So we are cascading down the services to regional and district level. Regarding on-job training, this is ongoing. So we have a guideline and we have a training package for the rational use of blood and blood products, so that whatever is being, as we said, whatever has been collected is used in a rational manner. Where we're going now is with apheresis. We all heard the word, I think we've been hearing apheresis over and over again. MUHAS has set the standard, they've set the tone. So the rest of the zonal hospitals and the zones will now have apheresis. And so apart from just the rational use, there's going to be a need to have training on, what is apheresis, what's the best way of managing apheresis, how best do you maximize your collections through apheresis. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you, Magdalena, for keeping time in the first place and for giving such a comprehensive answer. And it is also very reassuring to learn that the services are widely spread in the country and the coverage is quite encouraging. So thank you very much for that. To you, Dr. Raymond Munizano, in support of the government efforts to reduce referral abroad and improve provision of super specialized services in the country, how is the National Health Insurance Fund gearing up to align itself to support the management of blood cancers by addition of novel medications and procedures such as bone marrow transplantation and apheresis, which are currently available in the country, into the National Health Insurance Fund packages? Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. At NHIF, since its inception, about 21 years ago, the fund has been evolving together with the development of science in Tanzania. By 2001, there were only, the packages of NHIF had only 9 drugs. So we keep improving as a science also. developing in our country. In terms of cancer treatment, we started with radiotherapy, covering radiotherapy using cobalt machine. Nafikiri rafiki yangu hapa Mwisragi anajua, Ocean Road. And later on, when they introduced LINAC, when LINAC machine came in 2019, we also introduced into our package LINAC, which is better than the previous cobalt machine, which were used by Ocean Road. So by 2016, our package actually included almost all cancer, all chemotherapy, all cancer medicines, which were in the country and which were in a standard treatment guideline. These medicines are very expensive, but as a fund, we are trying to keep them in our package so that many Tanzanians can benefit. Despite that, NHF is only covering 80% of the population. What we normally do, we look at you. We look at you scientists. We look at you experts in these areas of blood cancer to tell us. Some of us are not experts in those areas. So if you come up with research or suggestion to us, we look at it and we look at the fund, if it can be able to cover without jeopardizing its sustainability. We have also to look at the sustainability of the fund at the same time. So for any new technology or new, like it has been mentioned here, bone marrow transplant is not yet there, but maybe it's high time now, if we get it now official, that is blood transfusion in Tanzania, bone marrow transplant, which has been introduced and is being done here, and they analyze the cost and send us to the fund. We look at it, and then if we look at it and then it does not affect sustainability of the fund, then it can get in, like the way how we included the LINAC in our packages in 2019 or 2020. But what I've seen, we need more awareness to the population, to the society, to create more awareness, education to our populations, to our people, and the education to the doctors, so that they can diagnose early blood cancers, so that we can save the funds from using its funds to cover the treatment, which are very, very expensive. Currently, we are spending almost 21.7 billion each year for chemotherapy alone, leave alone the black radiotherapy, leave alone the LINAC, leave alone investigations which are needed to be done before you go for chemotherapy. So, Mr. Chairperson, to me, I'm very happy that I'm here to listen, but after listening, I'm sure it will come now official that it is like A, B, C, D, so that for us we can sit down and see if we can be able to include it into our package. Also, the fund is contributing towards development of oncology in Tanzania. For the first time, I think I was the first specialist at NHF. They had no specialists. But since 2019, we have sent around 10 or more to study different specialties. One of them is oncology. We have Dr. Desderet Katoto here. Can you stand, please? Dr. Katoto is employed by NHF and is now in the 3rd year doing MMed oncology. So we are trying to go with science to improve National Essential Health Fund, to improve cancer services in the country. Mr. Chairman, I think for that, it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think MUHAS, Ocean Road Cancer Institute, should take up the call. It's an opportunity for you to engage in a dialogue with the National Health Insurance Fund. Give them the list of the supplies that are highly needed. Have a discussion and see how best to utilize the fund for the benefit of patients. Thank you very much again for keeping time. I think this is going to be a very healthy discussion thereafter. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a very unusual participant to this symposium. It has been very difficult to keep that participant away. That was a pet, a very fat pet around. Okay, thank you. Now, to you, Dr. Stella Rezaula. Bone marrow transplantation services are vital in the treatment of patients with blood cancers. And we know that Muhimbili National Hospital has made a commendable step by successfully establishing autologous bone marrow transfusion service for multiple myeloma and lymphoma patients. We are also aware that you and other team members have been very instrumental in this particular initiative. So what is the progress so far? And what are the plans in place to expand this service to include allogeneic stem cell transplant for leukemia patients? Please.
Thank you very much, Professor Yamuya, for the nice question. And I would like to start by congratulating everyone, every Tanzanian in this room, by achieving this. It's a milestone, being the first country in the East and Central Africa performing bone marrow transplant is something to be proud of. So these all efforts to establish the stem cell transplant in Tanzania started in 2017 because we started seeing a lot of patients with leukemia, with lymphoma, sickle cell, aplastic anemia, and all needed stem cell transplant. And they were all referred to India or abroad for these services. So one of our colleagues did a study on multiple myeloma alone and was looking at the bone marrow aspirates, which has been done at Muhimbili National Hospital, and found that for the consecutive 5 years, and found that almost 131 patients with multiple myeloma and acute leukemia needed bone marrow transplant. And this excludes sickle cell patients, aplastic anemia, and lymphoma patients. So you can see that only multiple myeloma and acute leukemia, there are 131 patients per year who needs bone marrow transplant. And if you include sickle cell lymphoma, you might have found that around 250, maybe 300 patients or 400 patients who needs transplant per year. So this started the efforts of establishing these services in Tanzania. So this effort started at Muhimbili National Hospital in 2017. And we started with support from the government in buying equipment, reagents, other consumables, but the major part was training of the team, the doctors, nurses, pharmacists, lab technologists, and everybody. So the preparation started in 2017 with training, buying equipment, and preparation for the bone marrow transplant ICU, which needs spatial requirements with the positive pressure, the UV treated water and everything. So all started as well as preparation for the cell processing unit for harvesting and processing as well as storage of the stem cells. But we also started preparation on preparing the SOP because we needed protocols. We need, in bone marrow transplant, we need almost like 300 protocols for these patients. So we started preparing protocols as well as preparing patients. So to date, we have done 11 patients. We have performed the hematopoietic stem cell transplant. And we started in the first batch on 26th of November 2021, whereby we transplanted 5 patients. All patients were multiple myeloma patients, and we chose the simple and straightforward cases. And all 5 patients were done, the bone marrow transplant was done, and successfully they recovered and discharged them. And then in February, we did the second batch. And in this second batch, we improved a bit. So we included multiple myeloma patients and aggressive lymphomas. And in this batch, because we wanted to gain more experience, we added patients with comorbidities, as well as the old age patients up to 65 years, unlike the first batch. So the second batch included the multiple myeloma and lymphoma patients, and we did 6 patients. And the last patient was discharged about 3 weeks ago in good health. All patients are continuing well with the follow-up post-bone marrow transplant clinics at Muhimbili National Hospital. So we started with autologous stem cell transplant because it's the easiest. So we wanted to gain experience and to build the capacity of our team, as well as get familiarized ourselves using the different equipment. So that's why we started with autologous stem transplant, but it gave us experience in dealing with the neutropenic patients and critically ill patients. So now we are continuing with preparation for allogeneic stem cell transplant. And second, maybe the following batch will be for allogeneic stem cell transplant. We start with acute leukemia patients, aplastic anemia, as well as sickle cell patients. And we are now in preparation. Maybe in October this year, we'll be able to start the allogeneic stem cell transplant because the preparation is ongoing. We are installing the Luminex machine, which was already bought at Muhimbili National Hospital. And this machine is for doing the high resolution HLA typing. But also we'll need to do the chimerism, in which we'll do in collaboration with the government chemists, Kemia Mkuu, and the MOU is set. And we also familiarize ourselves in using immunosuppressive therapy post-transplant for our patients. But we are also continuing to prepare patients for allogeneic bone marrow transplant. So now also we are continuing with preparation for harvesting stem cells, cryopreserving, and doing the CD34 renumeration. That is looking at the viability of stem cells in case of cryopreserved stem cells. So we are continuing with this preparation as our plan to going into our allogeneic stem cell transplant, possibly in October this year. So we'll continue with autologous stem cell transplant while preparing for allogeneic stem cell transplant, and we'll be planning to do the autologous stem cell transplant for 6 patients every month. And this is due to availability of the BMT ICU rooms, which we have at Muhimbili Hospital at Mloganzira. So the government has supported all of this, buying equipment, training, as well as supporting in purchasing some of medications which are not available in the country. So we have achieved a lot, but we still have some challenges, which we think we could discuss since we have the NHIF people from the ministry, and all stakeholders. So the first challenge we have is the funding. Stem cell transplant is expensive, and there is no way that the Tanzanian can cover cost for this. So we think maybe we should have a national basket fund so that can support treatment for these patients and can be done in all hospitals, or at least all referral hospitals in the country. But also most of the patients, they don't have the NHIF, or they don't have insurance, health insurance. So we would encourage most of the Tanzanians to have insurance, at least to cover for some of the diagnostic tests and other treatment which can be covered by insurance. We need some medications and kits and reagents which are unavailable in Tanzania. So the government, if can facilitate that to make sure that they are registered and they are easily available or imported in Tanzania for use, because some of medications are very expensive and they are not available in Tanzania, as well as the apharetic kit for blood products, because during bone marrow transplant, we are using apheretic blood products, the granulocyte, the platelets, and the red cells. So the kits are very expensive, at least $300 to $400 per kit. If you add the reagents and other consumables, about $70, you can see how expensive it is. And during transplant, somebody needs apheretic products after every day, like platelets, granulocytes, for at least 2 to 3 weeks. So you can see how expensive it can be. So if the government can facilitate that and the NHIF can facilitate to make sure that's included in insurance fund, health insurance, it will be affordable for most of the patients. So we should work in partnership with NBTS, with NHIF, as well as the government and all referral hospitals to make sure that these services are available, not only at Muhimbili National Hospital, but all referral hospitals and possibly maybe later regional hospitals, because we have a lot of patients who need these services. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stella, for that very interesting response. We highly commend MNH for starting this innovative treatment modality. And we also commend you for the plans that you have for scaling up therapy, trying to address the challenges associated with this very expensive but very important technique. Thank you very much. Another clap for her, please. Okay, now let me pass over the rest of the discussion to Dr. Cyril.
Thank you very much, Professor Lemuya, Chair. May I now go to Dr. Julius Mwesilage, the Director from Ocean Road Cancer Institute. We are aware that imatinib for treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia is donated by Max Foundation to Ocean Road Cancer Institute. And we are aware that for it to be used at Ocean Road, there are clearance processes which may be associated with several challenges, which ultimately may affect its use by your institutes in managing patients. We would like to know what are the challenges associated with this in terms of the importation and clearance, and how these affect the patient care and how you overcome the challenges. That is one. But hand in hand with that, high costs related to cancer treatment has been echoed by many participants here as well. And we understand that clinical trials could help perhaps in addressing most of these challenges. But again, having trial units is also expensive. What is the plan of your institute in ensuring that we have a well-functioning clinical trial units for cancer drugs in attracting investment from drug companies? Karim.
Thanks so much, Co-Chair, for the question which you posed to me as part of this panel discussion today. Again, I acknowledge the presence of everyone here in the hall for this discussion. As you know, Max Foundation worked with Novartis Pharma since 2003 to support blood cancer patients, mostly those suffering from CML, so that they can get free imatinib, the Gleevec, because by that time it was a very expensive medicine, and it was very difficult to access this kind of medicine. So we started this program since 2005, and I appreciate Dr. Maunda here, working at Ocean Road. He was one who actually established this collaboration with Max Foundation, and we get free medicine from Max Foundation, and we do provide it free again to our patients here in Tanzania. Mostly work with all the tertiary hospitals in Tanzania, including Muhimbili, KSMC, Bugando, on caring for these patients. So one of the criteria for the patient to be enrolled into the program so that they can get free medicine is for the confirmation of the diagnosis of CML. So there's a challenge in the past where we need to send specimen outside Tanzania because of no expertise, no facilities to confirm the CML. So we are mostly sending to South Africa, and to the challenge because we need to wait for the results. When they come, then you have to enroll the patient into the program. Then came Lancet. Again, it was also a challenge. Payment, patient have to pay for the test. So luckily, we appreciate the support of the MUHAS and also the MNH, because now the test can be done in the country. So this has been very easy for the patients also, it is cheap. So the program is going on nicely. As I can inform you, the participants, we get again the medicine from the Max Foundation free of charge. And this goes also to the patient, they're getting it free of charge. It's very expensive medicine, and we get it, the budget for a year consignment which you get is about $7 million, which translates into more than 15 billion Tanzanian shillings. So this is a donation that the patient getting for free. So as you mentioned, the challenge only comes from the importation and the clearance. As you know, Tanzania has got some regulation which control the importation, but also clearance of the medicine. They're very expensive. Actually, the budget for anti-cancer medicine in the country is about 10 billion. So you can see the medicine which you get from the Max Foundation is more compared to the budget we get from the GAP. So it's very expensive medicine. So we have to go through all the hurdles of the importation and clearance. So one of the major challenge, again, is the importation. When you mention, although it is a donated items, but you have to mention the custom value of that medicine. So you mentioned it is 15 billion. So when you say 15 billion TRA, look at it, this is 15 billion. So I know in Tanzania we have exemption for medicine. We don't pay the VAT, we don't pay import tax, but then there's CPF, custom processing fee. So you get the medicine for free, you give it to the patient for free, but they also have to charge it, and it's based on percentage. So that is very expensive for the institute because we get it for free, we give it to the patient for free, so it's very expensive. So one of the challenges is the Max Foundation and the Novartis, they put the custom value of the medicine, we say it is very expensive. When they charge it as $7 million, when the TRI look at it for $7 million, it's very expensive. So we know nowadays that the price of the medicine has gone down. So we are in discussion with them so that they can lower the custom value of the medicine. They say it is a donation, but the custom value is very expensive. We first all the fees and charges because of that huge amount of the value for those medicines. So that is one. So we're discussing with Max Foundation so that they can change the cost of the Gleevec to be in the market, because now it's also available in the country. The cost is not that high, so we are discussing with them so that they can lower the price. That will save a lot of other challenges. So this is from the donor. So the other is internal processes. For example, one is if you need to get exemption, the CPF and all other exemption, you need government notice. And in order to get the government notice for exemption, you need a permit or a notice from the Minister for Finance. So that is very difficult. You know, there are some problems with exemption in the past, so now they're very strict. So we try to write several letters so that we can get exemption on this medicine, but still it has been a problem. So we are working with the Minister of Health so that they can help us to address this problem so that we can get a government notice, because for international donation, international projects, you need to get a government notice in order to get the exemption. So this is one of the challenge. The second one is an import permit. Again, this is from TMDA. You can see the value of the medicine, and TMDA, again, put a percentage in order to get import permit. So again, it's very costly. We asked them so that they can also be generous, because you get the medicine for free, but the Tanzania need to get some money out of it. So that's the challenge which we face. We have been trying to get discussion with all these authorities, and we are lucky now. The Ministry of Health have had our client, and just the last consignment, we got to get consignment twice per year, a 6 monthly interval. So the last consignment, we get a very good support from the Ministry of Health. They've asked TMDA, so TMDA exempted 100%, so not pay any tax on that, so that was very good. But we're still working with the TRA. TRA is still a problem. We're working with them. So we also have got GIPSA, because in order to clear any government commodities from outside, you need to involve the government institution, which is GIPSA. Again, there's a challenge there. Again, the procedure, it takes a long time. You can spend 1 to 2 months to get all this clearance. So that's because they don't see the need of being that urgency of clearing this medicine. Unless someone from those facilities come to Ocean Road, then they see the patient when they're suffering. Oh, this is a problem. They speed up the. So the delay in clearance of the item through our GIPSA, which is authorized agents for clearance of government items, this is another problem. But we're working with them. But also not only the procedure to clear, but also the cost. So the cost is also based on the percentage. Again, you can see. So you get the medicine for free, but as an Ocean, we need to pay all this kind of cost. So this is a big challenge. I remember when we went to one of the authority, and we say, we are getting this medicine for free. Can you tupatie bule? Na sisi tunapa wagonjwa bule, give it for free. Just authorize no payment of all these taxes and fees. What they say, oh, why don't you tell the donor to deduct from the $7 million so that they can pay for these fees? So this is how sometimes we work in this kind of situation. So, but we're managing it, and we are happy that the government now has taken over the management, also the overseeing of all this clearance of the items. So what I can say, all the patients who are enrolled in this program, they don't miss the medicines. As I mentioned, we get twice per year, and we all the time the patient come back for refill at 3 monthly intervals. So whenever I get a new patient who has come to get the medicine, we take the medicine from the other patient who has already been allocated all his medicine for the refill. We give to this new patient. So while we're waiting for the patient to get his or her own medicine. So that's one of the challenges. So we are addressing all the challenges, and we are happy that the government is looking to that, so that to clear. Oh, again, the second one was the clinical trials. This is one of, I can spend time to answer this, but I'll just mention a few points. In order to conduct a clinical trial, you need a multidisciplinary team. And it depending on the level of the trial, either phase 1 up to phase 4, you need a multidisciplinary team, but you need the infrastructure, you need the human resource. So we appreciate all the support which we get from the various collaborators. As it has been heard in the presentation, the institution started its official being an institute in 1936. So we have gone through a number of milestones, a number of improvements in our services, particularly on cancer research, so that we can perform all kinds of research. So in order to do a clinical trial, one, you need a human resource. And not only one person, but a team of experts in that clinical trial. So we are happy that together with MUHAS, because of all those training programs which have been conducted at MUHAS, we have now a number of experts in the field. Initially in 1996, we had only 3 oncologists, Dr. Maunda, Professor Ngoma, and Dr. Kombe. But because of the training program which we have in the country, particularly at MUHAS and Ocean Road, so now we have more than 25, up to 30 oncologists who are working at Ocean Road. So we appreciate. So that pool of specialists can also help in establishment of the clinical trial. But the focus here was on blood cancer. Again, this was a challenge we had from the keynote address here, the challenge of hematologists in the country. And for us, for the past years, we usually depend on the clinical oncologists to perform all the hematological malignance kind of care. So again, we are happy because of the training program. Now we have Dr. Hamisa. He's a hematologist since 2019. He's back at our institute. So all bladder cancer patients now have a particular person who can handle them, the hematologist. So now, so in brief, that we have a good team of specialists who can perform a clinical trial, including the supporting staff, epidemiologists, the pharmacists, and so forth. So this is one area where, as an institution, we've tried to build the human resource so that we can support the clinical trial. Another one is the infrastructure. In order to conduct a clinical trial, you need infrastructure. And most of these clinical trials, one, you can establish on your own as an institution through investigator initiative or through an industry or pharma. But some of the commonest clinical trials are through multi-center studies, as we've seen even from MUHAS here. So if you have a good infrastructure to your facilities, it's very easy to be enrolled in a multi-center studies. You have the human resource and you have the infrastructure. So we also tried to build the infrastructure for at Ocean Road in order to conduct some of the clinical trials. As it has been mentioned here, the standard treatment for cancer care. We have the standard guideline for cancer treatment, which is established since 2020. That is standard. For clinical trial, we need a new innovative treatment, but the standard we have. So this is one of the areas where even when someone comes, then they know that we have a standard treatment to provide, but also it can be linked with the protocol which is available. We have the molecular lab in the country where we can perform some of the complex tests which we have. The imaging we have, because when we have a clinical trial, there's a certain protocol we have. We appreciate with the government. Now they are also going to capacitate us with some of the facilities which we did not have before. The MRI is coming at our facility. The Pediatric CT scan is coming at our facility, and the ICU. So these are the components which we did not have before. So now they are available at our facility. Now we are at a good pace to continue collaborating with the area for a clinical trial. I think my time is up, but other areas I can touch in the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Weselage. Another round of applause. Now turning to you, Professor Anna. We understand that research has an important role when it comes to equitable access to quality healthcare services, which will reflect in the outcome of the patients. And I would like to know from you, what is the role of national, regional, and international collaborative research in harnessing and optimizing resources in order to improve outcomes of patients with blood cancers?
Okay, that's quite a handful. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me to be a panelist on this discussion. As you've already said, I'm fundamentally convinced that research drives quality of patient care, and medical research is not just about being in a lab. Medical research is fundamentally about improving outcomes for patients. But increasingly, fortunately or unfortunately, it's also about reducing the cost of the therapies and actually making them a little bit less complex, and sometimes maybe leapfrogging technologies. So we've heard a lot about in hematology, we are champions, world champions on making things really complicated and inventing complicated therapies like bone marrow transplantation, like doing giving blood transfusions that are product specific, and that is really, really important and has improved outcomes of patients tremendously. But it's also very expensive. So the research that I'm interested in, that I'm focusing on, that I think will actually allow us to use resources more carefully, is first of all earlier diagnosis of patients with cancer, and secondly more precise diagnosis. And by that I mean, and we've heard many examples this morning already, because cancer is a genetic disease. It's about molecular subtyping of cancers and hematological malignancies in particular. And as hematologists, we are spearheading this idea really, to give the right treatment to the right patient at the same time, at the right time, by using molecular subtyping. So that's really kind of number one. So we have a good example of this with the ARE program, where we are taking a blood sample from children with suspected lymphoma, and we're trying to diagnose the lymphoma, whether they have lymphoma or not, from a blood test. And at the same time, we're also trying to diagnose whether they have the MYC translocation, which is the hallmark of a lymphoma called Burkitt's lymphoma that is very, very common in sub-Saharan Africa. And that's really just a very sort of obvious example of how, by taking a blood test from a child, maybe, in northern Uganda or in northern Tanzania somewhere, how that might speed up the diagnosis of otherwise taking a biopsy, maybe not having biopsy needles, and the biopsy needle cost is $70 just for the biopsy. So you haven't, looked down the microscope, you haven't formalin fixed the sample properly, you haven't trained the pathologists that are needed. It would take 25 years to train enough pathologists. And this is if Tanzania starts today and there's no growth in the population. So we know all of this. So we need to leapfrog technologies, need to come to better technologies. Health economics is really, really important. And George Huago is here. He leads the health economics package of this research, because clearly when I'm saying to people, oh, molecular testing will be cheaper, overall, obviously that sounds funny. But we have to, cost properly. What is the real cost of current, not just diagnostic pathways, but also of futile treatment? What's the cost of a futile bone marrow transplant? And that is really what we can learn from molecular diagnostics, is identifying the right patient who will do well with a certain type of therapy. So that's where I think the research can save and can optimize resources. I want to give a few more examples, because you're saying about national and international. Clearly at a national level, a lot of work has already been done. We have the Pediatric Oncology Network, there are the cancer centers now, and this is really, really helpful to drive research into the periphery and to make sure that research and clinical trials and studies are available to all patients, that we're collecting proper incidence data, and not just data from people who are being referred into a tertiary referral center. The access and the networking of research and driving the quality that research programs can deliver to the periphery is really, really important. South-South collaborations are really, really important. As part of our program, we're giving rituximab, because it's a standard of care therapy in high-income countries, to all our children, and it's funded through the research. So yes, there's a quick benefit of getting some extra treatment, but it's also about teaching nurses how to give this drug. And then the nurses from MNH went out to Uganda to teach the nurses in Uganda how to give rituximab. And it's this South-South collaboration that I think is really key, because so many things are different and need to be addressed in a very specific way that only people from South and researchers and clinicians from Sub-Saharan Africa can actually teach and address. Which brings me to the last point I want to make about international collaboration. Collaboration for me basically means that it is an equal partnership. And that, as we all know, I think in the room, is a huge problem, and that can only partially be addressed in a meaningful way. But we have to always attempt to make the partnership as equal as possible. So by giving a few examples of how we're trying to do this with the ARE problem. The first one is really that the research has to be patient focused, and I'm very happy that we have got patient representatives here, and I'm a big fan of patient advocacy. We need to do more of that so that patients can be involved in designing the research and asking the questions for the research at the very early stage, even before we as clinicians come up with clever ideas that might bring us a quick publication. We have to ask the patients what they think important research is. So I think that is really the very important thing. From an international collaboration perspective, mentorship is I think, really important. We don't want to be leading research from outside. It needs to be research that is led from inside the country and that is conceived from inside the country, and where essentially we're having we provide mentorship if it is needed or if it is asked for, and that's the way how we've designed in the ARE program. We have local PIs, and then we have mentorship that we offer and training if needed. Authorship, of course, is really, really important. If people contribute to research, then they should be properly acknowledged. It goes without saying that means that African researchers and participants need to be first and last authors. Another really, really important topic is about sample and data, and samples are not to leave the country where they are being collected, and data is not to leave the country where it's being collected, and that is about harnessing resources, for not just Tanzanians, but for the whole world, because the research that can be generated out of Tanzania will be valuable to the entire world, not just to Tanzania. Which brings me to the training and education. We've heard a lot about training education this morning, and Tanzania is a growing country. The population keeps growing. A lot of you are much, much younger than I am, and this will continue for a long time. So there's a huge need for education and training. But it has to happen within the institutions of Tanzania. And yes, you can have visiting fellowships and you can go abroad like I do now. I go and I come and I spend time here and I learn a lot from all of you. But actually, it's not about me coming here and then saying I'm doing all my work here now, and the same applies to Tanzanians. The research that is being done in the UK, for example, I would say 90% of that is not useful when you come back here. And I can't be strong enough about this point. And it does not support MUHAS if students are leaving. It does not support MUHAS if senior researchers are leaving. We do need to keep the people in the country. That's what I think, and it's very easy with virtual media now to get really, really good training from foreigners like myself, and sometimes I'm here, so it's actually quite handy. So that's really all I wanted to say. I'm looking at my notes. I mean, Tanzania has a huge potential thanks to its many, many different resources. And the human resource, like for every country, the human resource is the best. And the students I've met here are, much, much better than most of the students I meet at University of Oxford. So just be really, really proud of yourself.
Thank you very much for the very elaborate answer. Another round of applause. Now turning to you, Dr. Marijani, the Executive Director for Mnazi Mmoja Hospital in Zanzibar. We are aware that some patients are referred from Zanzibar to Muhimbili National Hospital for further management of blood cancers. We are supposed that there are challenges that are forcing these referrals to be made. We would like to know what are the available services and challenges in the diagnosis and treatment of blood cancers in Zanzibar and Munizano Hospital in particular. And two, would like to know the plan of actions that are taken to ensure that blood cancer services are available in Zanzibar.
Asante. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the audience. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the invitation to this symposium. This is the second time the University of MUHAS is inviting Zanzibar and myself to attend to this important scientific symposium. First, I would like to give you an overview of blood cancers in Zanzibar. Zanzibar has a population of 1.5 million, both in Unguja and Pemba Island, 2 islands. And cancer services in general, I would say we are still struggling. The road is long, but we reach there. We have one pathologist up to now, and pathology services started in 2010 with cytology services only. And then in 2014, we started doing histopathology, biopsy examination. Then in 2017, we started the clinical oncology services, where we have 2 clinical oncologists. So most of the data we have from Munizano Hospital, which is the only referral hospital in the islands, starts from 2017, where we have overall for cancer patients from 2017, new cases is 1,501. This will be for 5 years till 2021. And out of this, these are adults only. Out of these, blood cancers are 131, which is around 8.7%. Then for pediatric, since 2017, the ones which have been recorded are 45 total pediatric malignancies. And out of this, blood cancers are 16, which is around 35%. For adults, the trend is the same. Lymphomas leading, followed by leukemia and multiple myeloma. While in pediatric blood cancers, acute leukemia is leading, then with lymphomas following. It is true that we are referring patients to Muhimbili National Hospital, but we also refer them abroad as well, mainly to India. When Muhimbili National Hospital has failed in some aspects, like bone marrow transplant, we refer also to India for bone marrow transplant. And there the cost is around US dollars 40,000. This is around Tanzanian shillings 90 million. So it's really expensive for the government. And the aim is to treat these patients in Zanzibar. The challenges we are facing, as you could see, we have very few specialists in the area of pathology, both pathologists, but histotechnicians. We currently don't have hematologists or hemato-oncologists, pediatric oncologists. All these are lacking in the diagnostic aspects. Then also there are some diagnostic services lacking as well. We need immunohistoric chemistry to confirm the subtypes of the lymphomas. It is also not done there. The last Immunohistoric Chemistry done in Zanzibar, we did with Professor Mwakigonja on extrapulmonary tuberculosis, MPT 64. Then we need a flow cytometry for diagnosis of leukemia. Also, that one is lacking as well. So I've said the road is long. We have a long way, but plans are underway to achieve all this. Then on, but even some tests for multiple myeloma are also lacking, like total serum protein electrophoresis. For diagnosis of multiple myeloma, it is also lacking. On treatment aspects, the clinical oncologists, they are giving chemotherapy, but radiation therapy is lacking in Zanzibar. So we are still referring patients to Ocean Road Cancer Institute for radiation therapy. Blood transfusion services, we have Zanzibar National Blood Transfusion Services. But again, we don't have a hematologist, so the head of the blood transfusion services is not a hematologist. There are shortcomings as well in the availability of different blood components for treatment of patients with blood cancers. Availability of chemotherapy is also a problem. We are depending mostly from medical stores department, MSD, from Tanzania mainland. And most of the time they don't have all the drugs that we are requesting from them. Plans to ensure that proper management for blood cancer patients is being offered in Zanzibar. First is human resource training. So the government has made some efforts in training some medical specialists. And currently, as we are speaking, there are 3 pathologists in training. One is here in MUHAS, and 2 are in Alexandria, Egypt. Then for hematologists, we have 2 hematologists who are on training. One I think is here, Dr. Said. Then we have another one in Alexandria, Egypt, hematologist. Then I would also like to express my gratitude again to Muhimbili National Hospital, Department of Pediatric Oncology. There is an organization there, Tumaini la Maisha, TLM. We have an MOU with Mnazi Mmoja Hospital, and they have really been very helpful in treating pediatric blood cancer patients and other pediatric malignancies. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Trish Scanlon and the whole team of Pediatric Oncology, Muhimbili National Hospital. They're providing chemotherapies for free, training to our healthcare workers, pharmacists, medical doctors, and laboratory technicians. Lastly, I think overall, Zanzibar is planning to build a 1,000 bed teaching hospital. And within it, there will be a bunker for radiation therapy services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for a very detailed response coming from head. The numbers and the statistics, very precise. Round of applause. Now I'm turning to you, Dr. James. And I'm starting as the director for the non-communicable diseases program. The burden of blood cancers in Tanzania is ever increasing, and the pace is not keeping with the available resources in addressing it, especially human resources. That has been the main cry from every participant in this panel. I would like to know the government strategies that are in place to support the training of hematologists and other supporting cadres who can be deployed at least to the regional hospital level. As you have seen, they are only at the 8 centers as listed in the beginning, so that they can help in addressing this challenge that is ever increasing. Karim.
Thank you. As alluded before, I would like first to acknowledge the big work that has been done by Dr. or Professor Magesa and the other team for training a hematologist in Tanzania. The journey which started with only one hematologist in early 2000, and now we have more than 25 hematologists in the country. That is a very big work. You would agree with me that having 25 hematologists in the country is not enough because the demand is so huge. But training the hematologist by itself has a number of facets. One, first of all, the ministry is sponsoring the training, especially the master training and the PhD. And for this year, it has offered sponsorship of more than 300 specialties, people who are going for specialization. But you would agree with me that very few are coming up to specialize in hematology. One partly being that we have only one training institution, that is Muhimbili, that is doing the training of the hematologist. And also the output, I would also challenge Muhimbili to increase the enrollment now of the hematologists, so that many do apply to specialize in hematology. But the other factor, the demand part, I could call it the demand part, because many are more willing to specialize in obstetrics and gynecology, and really few would love to specialize in hematology. What really are the factors that really make people not being attracted to specialize in this? Perhaps this is a research question by itself. Perhaps we need to answer it. I don't have all the answers, but perhaps we really have to see, because they are what we call the rare professionals. They are rare in this country, but they're not rare in other countries. Perhaps there is also whether we call opportunity cost, or whether an economic part of view, really how do I benefit when I do the training? Perhaps we see the lives of those hematologists, students who want to imitate and see the lives of their peers, or of course of their professors and others. Perhaps we really have to see and study deep, really what causes these professions to be very rare. This is a kind of question that really for us would love to have the answers, so that we bring in all the dimensions into what really would make sure that we have the increased enrollment. But also we collaborate with the Ministry of Education, and here we'll do the discussion, especially on the training institutions. We have other medical training institution, the KSMC, the Bugando, to see really how really they will they will do the courses for the hematology. But you'll agree with me that the challenge with access to services, having the hematologist is not a panacea. Really, we as the ministry, we have to embark into other strategies, like one being decentralization of services, making more of the public health facilities able to do the diagnosis and to do a quick referral, because much of the challenge that we are seeing that patients present very late into this referral institution. And as of current status, we have almost half of our health centers having the medical doctor, MD. Now, because the health centers now are having MD, perhaps also we should see also the quality of training of the MDs, so that they do the proper diagnosis at the primary level facilities, so that patients are referred early. This goes hand in hand with other specialties, because this is really a group. That's the lab, the pathologist, and other important cadre. Going to the question on really what should we do in terms of giving adequate attention to the growing burden of blood cancer. The ministry strategy is summarized by a word, in. Just remember this word, in. A stands for the authority. One, we really have to make the governance part and the leadership part acknowledge the growing burden of the non-communicable disease. And here, I really wish to acknowledge the big contribution done by TANCDA and TDA in terms of advocating for non-communicable disease. Now we have the parliamentary committee that is dealing with non-communicable diseases, and also the Prime Minister office also been a kind of engaging in terms of multi-sector collaboration, because prevention here is key. As much as we need to have the treatment, also we need to have other facets of the prevention. But why are we saying about the leadership and the training? It will bring in other issues of resources. How much is allocated for non-communicable diseases, including the blood cancers? That comes to a second keyword of expertise and the information. Here, we really have to check on really the kind of research that we are doing, that really are they really getting us enough information in terms of the policies, in terms of making adequate changes. And one of a very important issue when we discuss with authorities as to increasing the resources is the investment worth. That is the investment scenario, investment case. So I'll challenge that we have I know we have the NCD research priority area, and I would advocate that we use the NCD research agenda for the students and those who are doing the research to have a quality research that really informs the policy and those that really informs the government. The third part that is really key is the need part. The need part is the part that comes from the patient groups, those that are really affected by the disease itself. I'm happy that we are starting now having the cancer survivor group. We have the patient groups, and one of the cancer survivor here said that they're in a process of having the foundation. That is very key, because these are very important people really to do the advocacy of cancers, and they are very key also in terms of shaping the policies and the strategies. For now, let me end up there.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, team. Now to the capacity of the Director for Curative Services. We understand that the government through the We understand that the government, again, through the Ministry of Health, has made tremendous efforts in ensuring availability of specialized services. And this has significantly reduced referrals abroad. And we are aware that these services need to be sustained, because as it has been explained, most of them are expensive and they require huge resources. So what are the current plans in ensuring that these services are sustained and are accessible to the patients with the ever-increasing demands? That is one. And two, we understand that most of the drugs and diagnostics that are consumed in managing these patients are coming from abroad. And we understand the role of research that it brings in innovations. What actions are being taken to facilitate smooth registration and importation of novel drugs and reagents that are required for helping in managing these patients?
Thank you. In the last speaker, it's challenging because a lot have been said by the previous speaker, but I would like to summarize a few. One, I would like to answer the first question, which asked on the issues of affordability and sustainability of cancer services. And to us is key. The issue of affordability is key because many of the Tanzanians are pushed into poverty and catastrophic cost because of the cancers. People have to sell every asset that they have for them to meet up the cost. And this is key because also for us as the country meeting the universal health coverage parameters, we have to look at the parameters also of affordability and sustainability. On the issue of affordability, what are now the strategy? One is looking at really what drives up the costs, and really if we can reduce the cost. Economically, if you reduce the cost, you increase the affordability, right? So taking an economic point of view, that really we have to address the issues, the interventions that reduce the cost and increase affordability. One of the great challenge into the drivers of the cost in terms of cancer is the cost of medicine. The cost of medicine, you'll agree with me that the cost of medicine is very high. The chemotherapies and other medicines are very costly. And what drives the cost? One is the volume of the purchase. When you have MUHAS procuring the chemotherapy and Ocean Road doing it by themselves and the Buganda doing themselves, you don't attract the big suppliers. So looking at that dimension as the ministry, we have to look at really how do we measure like doing the group purchase. When you do the group purchase, you lower down the cost. And now we have to revisit now the quantification, how really the quantification is done, and revisiting the quantification, that means the data, having the adequate data and making sure that really people are really willing to do the collaboration and doing the group purchase and the group ordering. So we are happy that you have started this journey. Dr. Julius is very key on this. And also we have the TCCP that is also on, and other consortia that really we have to look at the drivers of the cost and doing the group purchase of medicine. And the other issue that I would love to challenge also with the MUHAS and the other team is the issue of innovation when it comes up to the technology. Now we are generating data. We know the value of data, the blockchain, the artificial intelligence, and the other parameters that are really key as to what do you do to use the data. And here I would like to urge that really collaborate to do the innovative research as to how really we bring down the cost and comes up with the technologies and also with the solutions. The solutions that would address several areas of the cost. One important area of the cost is the wastage. How do we increase efficiency by increasing the machine uptime? And how do we increase the efficiency? Like now we have very expensive machines. How do we make sure that the equipment uptime is so good and is so efficient, so that also that's very important, because when you have it also a very important part into issues of cost. So we're looking at the drivers of the costs and looking at how intelligently we can reduce the cost. The other issue is making more people able to access the service. This is another intervention. How do we do this? One, we have the single insurance now bill, that the discussion around the single insurance and making sure that we have the benefit package that really will benefit more people to access services and getting more people to enroll into services. The private sectors and the collaborations, these are very important. This has been alluded before. I wouldn't like to go into it much. The issues of sustainability comes, the allocation of resources. The institutions, do they allocate resources to make sure that you have the bone marrow services in Muhimbili? Is Muhimbili budget having the budget for running the bone marrow services? That is another point. But the other part that comes in, most of these, especially this treatment, the treatment that we use to refer patients abroad. And now, when we are making this case that, we are saving costs for not referring these patients abroad. And by our policy that no Tanzania should die because of missing the services. So even if it is not allocated in the Ministry of Health budget, through the Ministry of Finance, we get resources to have these people referred abroad. Now the case is that because this patient that requires specialist care who were really previously referred abroad, the Ministry of Finance would fund the referrals. Perhaps we have not to make a case on how do we tap the same funding to run run these specialist services. This is the kind of a discussion that really we're embarking on now, so that we have the adequate finance to make sure that we run these services sustainably. That comes up to another issue of waivers. The waivers, as alluded before, the issues of importation costs and other issues that really we have to look into them. These are the strategies that we look into them holistically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, panelists, for the first round, which was closed to you. And now I open the discussion to the floor, which I must start by thanking you for listening to us and the panel talking for this long time. Now it is your turn to give questions and comments. I will take the first round of 5, and then I'll give back to the panelists to respond. I requested that you utilize time efficiently by going straight to the point that you want to make, so that we have more people asking and contributing to this discussion. But again, I requested that when you raise your question, you say directly who you want from the panel to respond to your question, even if you want it to be responded by more than one panelist. So I will start. Yes, I've seen Professor Iwcl and Dr. Lulu, and then a member there. So I have 3 hands up already. So yes, the 4th one is from this side. Then one more last will be coming from this side. So Professor Iwcl,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to make a few comments. First of all, I want to commend the panelists for very pertinent discussions, and actually MUHAS for bringing very pertinent questions to the panelists. So blood cancers are essentially of 2 groups. We have leukemias and solid blood cancers, which we call lymphomas. And of course, we have talked about a lot of efforts which have been done to advance the diagnosis and care of leukemias. And I wanted to highlight, coming from the anatomical pathology point of view, that we need to also pay attention to the lymphomas. And sometimes lymphomas and leukemias are like cousins. So lymphomas can spread and become leukemias, and leukemias can present as lymphomas. So in order to manage this effectively, you need to be able to approach both. But also we have seen the beneficiaries of including these apheresis machines, including patients with lymphomas. Now, one of the ways to diagnose lymphomas is immunohistoric chemistry. I want to congratulate Muhimbili National Hospital that now immunohistoric chemistry is routine at Muhimbili National Hospital, which is very helpful in diagnosing lymphomas. Of course, we need to increase the panel of antibodies that we order. We pioneered, I was a pioneer of doing immunohistochemistry at MNH, and I also pioneered doing immunohistochemistry in Zanzibar as well. The histotechnologists in Zanzibar, all of them are my students. So I'm very grateful to have had that opportunity to work very closely with Dr. Marijani as well. Now, so the ministry, the Ministry Director of Creative Services, how much are you here to improve histopathology and histotechnology services in the country? That's one. Second, we have talked mostly about doctors and specialists, but in order to improve any healthcare, there is a whole ballpark of not only medical doctors, you talk of nurses, oncology nurses, hemato-oncology nurses, you have technicians, you have pharmacists who are used to giving maybe cancer drugs or dealing with those. Maybe, I mean, all sorts of specialists, supportive, and those who are specialists. So how much the ministry again at the level of human resource development and retention as well. Retention, especially I'm glad the minister was talking of rare professions. And cancer care and hematological cancer care in this country, these are rare professions. What focus are we giving to develop them and also to retain them so that we have a sustainable supply of these professionals in the country and maybe minimize brain drain as well. That's one thing I wanted to highlight. And I'm very glad to have visited the site where Zanzibar is building the 1,000 hospital. His Excellency Dr. Shane invited us to visit and to advise him with what to do, and that was a great privilege. So some of them were comments and others were questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mwakigwanja.
Thank you very much, all the panelists, for enlightening responses to the questions. My question goes to Dr. Magdalena Limo. I know by principle and maybe by policy, blood and its products should be provided free of charge to all patients. Now, in the issue of sustainability, now that we have apheresis machines and that we know kits are very expensive, so how are we going to tackle this? I know for chemotherapy, we say we go to NHIF and the other health insurances, but for blood products, whether they are provided in government or in private hospital, they should be free of charge. So how does NBTS plan really to cover all these costs and maintain the principle that blood and its products must be provided free of charge?
Thank you, Dr. Thank you. So perhaps for the benefit of all of us, before you ask the question or make a comment, introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I know the US is struggling with the cost of cancer. They spend $11,000 per person per year. Europe, they spend $4,000 per person per year. We spend $40. How do we expect we shall be able to manage cancer? So what should we do? We are saying the cancers are increasing. What is causing the increase? Why don't we tackle that? That might be easier for us. And the universities, they must provide the evidence for prevention and write up the policy briefs for the Ministry of Health to work on. Prevention, prevention, prevention. The other thing is the contribution. The national health insurance, we are saying national insurance should cover the cost. We contribute, I used to contribute 6% of my salary. These figures were worked on in the 1990s. Cost sharing was started in 1993. And some people went around and they said, people can only contribute 500 shillings. That's what we started with. National Health Insurance came back in 1999 with a 6% of our salaries. We want treatment, 6% of my salary to treat my family. Is that possible? Norway and the European countries, some of them, they spend 60% of their salary is tax. Then they get health education, health and education free. So we are saying with the 6% of our salary, we can get health insurance to cover all these things. No way. with the 30,000 shillings per person per year for the community health fund, we can cover all these things? No way. So let's be realistic. Someone must come with must cough up the money. We talked about TMJ, GIMSA, and TRA wanting to tax the money that the goods we are getting free. They need money because we are not paying tax. During the colonial era, there was the heavy tax. Everyone used to pay tax. Magufuli said you must collect the tax. We are not doing that. Some of our parents, I remember, they used to put on female dress so that they are not asked to pay tax. So I think the universities, we must do our job. And the national health insurance, I don't know what you're waiting for. Do not say we are not covering this, we are not covering this. Ask the government, the politicians to increase the tax. Someone must pay. Our friends in Europe, they are not going to cover the cost for these diseases. They will cover HIV, AIDS, malaria, TB, because that is prevention for them. Yes, Vice President wanted to remove the AIDS fund, and people told him, you are stupid. This is prevention for us. Thank you very much.
I think it was a combined question and a reflection, which was very strong. Asante sana.
Evening. So my name is Kelvin Romanus. I'm a medical doctor. So my question goes to Dr. Magdalene on the issue of alignment of blood services to the demand. Right. You have said that the current collection capacity in Tanzania is about 6 units per 1,000 people. And in developed countries is about 32. And the minimum that is required is about 10 units. So my question was, why is it that in Tanzania the collection capacity is very low as compared to the Western countries? And what are the strategies which you are doing now, and what are the strategies you have laid to be done in the future so as to increase this collection capacity, so as to meet with the ongoing growing demand?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cruz. I'm coming from KCMC. My question is directly to Dr. Raymond Munizano of NHIF. Now, for me, there are a number of issues which I think needs to be addressed. Now, one of the previous speakers kind of tried to put a shade of NHIF of what they can actually cover and what they cannot. But I think there are certain areas whereby wisdom needs to prevail. I'll give an example. For example, someone comes to you with a DLBCL, okay, and you understand that the standard of care is ACHO. But for this particular chap to be able to receive rituximab, they need an ASC for CD20. Now, CD20 ASC is what, 100,000 shillings. But NHF will not cover that, but will cover if this particular patient goes to an outside lab, do the test, come back with the result. NHF will cover now 4 million shillings of rituximab, 500 mg, but they refuse to cover 100,000 shillings. I mean, I do not see the wisdom in that. And this is where then we get into problems with our patients, because you just have to sit down and explain to them. And one of the speakers mentioned that the opening question, when it comes to treatment decision process, discussion with the family and the patient is, do we have any insurance cover? So money is number one. And immediately, if you start speaking money, people start having a lot of suspicions around the whole issue. And so ultimately you are starting with the wrong foot. And I think this is something which needs to be revisited. Another thing is, if you look at our national treatment guidelines, there are certain drugs which are there, immunomodulators like thalidomide, lenalidomide, for multiple myeloma, botulism, and these are standard of care. But they're in the at present they're in the guideline, but they cannot be used. And again, this is another discussion which entails money which you have to start doing. And all of these, I think, they have a negative impact. Now, in my other capacity, I tend to work with patients on dialysis. If a patient comes in while on dialysis, they're having fevers, and the first thing is maybe line-associated infection, they start on vancomycin straight away. But the very same patient who is on chemotherapy, high-end chemotherapy, comes in at 2 a.m. with neutropenic fever, they will not get piperacillin-tazobactam, they will not get meropenem, give them ceftriaxone. Even ceftriaxone-sulbactam they won't get. Why? You need a blood culture. Now, a single blood culture is not the answer to your problems. Why? 30% chance of getting a positive blood culture. This chap who is having a blood pressure of 90/60, pulse rate of 120, I'm not so sure what we are waiting for. Okay, and again, you start calling and making a lot of noises. And another thing is, I'm going to say this out of respect, that is, you mentioned one of the doctors which is being supported by NHIF to go to doing oncology, which is good. Personally, I'm not sure that that particular chap upon graduation will come to the pool, into the ground, or he will go back to the desk and be one of the gatekeepers. Because sometimes NHI officers are just a pain where in the unmentionable places. You order an investigation, very, very, very bad. Someone comes in, there is an investigation, CT scan, neck, chest, abdomen. They will call you and ask you, why are you ordering a chest CT scan on the chest? Then you have to start lecturing them. And some of them do not even want to add a wealth of knowledge in whatever they think they know. So these are the issues which I think, again, as a fund, they need to be addressed. We need to sit down every now and then, update what we have on our side as clinicians, and you guys have to give us all what we have. Maybe another, not a question as such, but it's an appreciation to Dr. Moiselage from Ocean Road. I also happen to oversee 100 patients with CML who are benefiting from imatinib, and every now and then I know that we get into a lot of kind of a storm when it comes to procuring or getting out the medication at KCMC, because the notes you see, the amount of tax, the amount of cash which Ocean Road has to pay to the government is, I'm sorry to say, it's quite ridiculous, you know. But to say so, it's taking one money from the right hand and giving to the left hand, and ultimately they are the same people who were supporting. And along the same note, I'm not so sure how we're going to do it, because I know that imatinib is available at Ocean Road and at KCMC. Now we see patients from all over the lake zone. Patients are coming out from Bear all the way to KCMC. And so I was talking to one patient just the other day, and he has to use almost 200,000 just to come to collect nilotinib. And this is, I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think it's high time we discuss with Max and see, because I think the discussion we did with them was on an institutional basis. But I think this now needs to be looked at in a larger scale of things. Now, from what we've been told, hematologists are almost all over the place, and we can try to see how best we can centralize this and ensure maybe Dodoma, Uganda, Bear, all those places get an access to imatinib, and all these patients can actually be shed on them. Now, the same goes with, I should have mentioned this again, if a patient is to be enrolled in Max program, they need a PCR. A PCR is 500,000. In a government institution. At KCMC, we charge them 250, so it's kind of a 50%, and the hospital covers the rest. I'm not so sure how much Bill is charging. If they are free, that will be super nice. I'm not so sure. But again, I would advise that also NHF try to see how best they can support. Now, sometimes, as a previous speaker said, maybe not 100%, but let's see if we can meet each other halfway.
Thank you very much. So we close the first round, we get responses, and then we collect another round of questions. So the first question was directed to the Minister of Health and to the Director for Curative Services and at the same time for NCD. So Karibu for responses.
Thank you. I agree with Professor Mwakigonja that we should not only focus on training of the pathologists, but the hematologists, but also do with the other cadres, and also advocate for specialization of other cadres like the nurses and others. This is a very valid recommendation that we are taking, and with the Directorate of Training at the Ministry of Health, we are working on it. And one important cadre that really we really have to make sure that it specializes nurses. That's the area that really we do a lot of advocacy to have nurses specialty in several cadres. So the recommendation is taken. And in terms of for decentralizing more of the diagnostic services like the histopathologists and others, it is said here that it will take us almost 25 years to have enough pathologists and others. So we have to come up with the innovative strategies to make sure that we increase access to diagnostic services. One being the teleconsultation, telemedicine, and having the teleradiology and other avenues that is key. And we have started embarking on it. There have been also having the regional referral hospital having the necessary skills to do some very important yet the diagnostic services like taking the specimen, if they don't have the pathologists, but at least do the referral of the specimen. And the other aspect that Professor Mwakigonja brought in is the issue of retention. The retention is key. This question I posed it, and it is asked to me, and actually it comes into different phases. One is the profession itself, how attractive it is for the students to enroll. How do we make it more? How do we make it more attractive? That is one. But the other part of the retention being the ability to distribute the human resources to the most needed areas, and that said, it means not only having the specialists concentrated in one area and the other areas suffering. How do we do the smart redistribution or distribution of specialists? These are the questions that at the ministry we are trying to factor in. Perhaps we will come up with a solution, because some of the specialists were transferred to Dodoma and the next morning they're in Dar es Salaam. So really, we really have to look at the drivers as such. I think I've answered this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. May I now invite Dr. Magdalena for question number 2 and number 4 from National Blood Transfusion Services, which you have corrected us that it is supposed to be called National Blood Safety Services. So, Karibu.
Asante sana, Dr. Cyril. At least you got that right. It's National Blood Safety Services. So thank you for taking that note. So I'll start with the question, I think was number 2 from Dr. Lulu Chirande. Nothing is really free. There's no free. When we say it's provided free, actually what we're saying, it's provided at no cost to the beneficiary, but somebody somewhere is paying, right? So somebody somewhere is paying, and unfortunately, I think the message just goes out that this is free, this is free, this is free, and there is no, if you don't have a proper sustainability mechanism for that, then you cannot sustain your free or at no cost to the beneficiary. So one of the things which we did was review actually the documents and say, is there really a policy that says this is free or at no cost? And we realized that blood safety services had kind of been left out of all the key documents which guide costing of health services. And I'm grateful to Dr. Mwashungi for helping me out. We looked when they were revising the standard treatment guideline. So the standard treatment guidelines is the basis for costing of services which are covered by the NHIF, right? Yeah. So we realized that blood and blood products had been left out of that treatment guideline. So now we have blood and blood products in the guideline. Dr. Mashungi remembers the emails, are you sure it's there? And she was telling me, yes, I'm sure it's there. So we have those products in the guideline. So that is the number 1 step. The number 2 step was so now what is the cost? It's in the guideline. But for them to prepare a costing menu, we have to actually determine the actual cost, right? So if you look at the menu of the NHIF, there's a cost for a C-section. There's a cost for a hip replacement. And then we asked them, so did you cost for the blood transfusion, the 2 units that you require for your C-section? And the response was, si tulijua huwaga zipo. You see, eh? So you see that it's missing. Eh? And so again, what we needed to do was look at what is the actual cost. When I say I have a unit of whole blood that has been collected in Mlele District Council in Katavi, right? What is the cost? And when I say I have a unit of fresh frozen plasma that's been prepared by Muhimbili National Hospital, what is the cost? Or let's say the same whole blood, Muhimbili National Hospital versus Mlele District Council. Are they the same? Because we have different cost drivers, right? So the cost of running CPL, which is fully air conditioned and has to be maintained at certain whatever, and you have Clara, who is a specialist working there, versus Mlele, where maybe the cost drivers are different, right? So we are fortunate that we were able to get a health economist and somebody else who's a health policy specialist who have actually gone into the field and looked at all the cost drivers, looked at above site costing, administrative costs. And this Friday, actually we'll have the preliminary results. And we're hoping now that information is what's going to feed into the actual costing for the blood safety services, all right? And then what happens after that now? Yeah. So now that you know the cost, how do you charge? The bottom line is there should be no burden to the beneficiary. So you can't just cost something and say that this is 100,000 and so Magdalena Limo has to pay for it as an individual. So with the costing of health services, you want to be able to protect the beneficiary. And because if you put this burden on them, they won't come in for the health service in the first place. They'll look for alternatives, right? So you want to be able to protect the beneficiary, but you also want to make sure that this service now that's being provided is provided in an equitable manner. So we're looking at things such as universal health coverage. We're looking at this cost being borne by the facility in such a way that it will be costed, there will be a cost, there will be sustainability, but the individual who is the beneficiary of that service will not have to bear the burden of this service. So that's as far as the costing issue is concerned. So about increasing collection, we've traditionally been collecting from relatives where you have a patient unaambiwa lete watu watatu, you know? So where the watu watatu come from is for them and whoever to know. Kwa hivyo mimi Magdalena nakuletea ndugu zangu wanaitwa Patel and Shah and whatever. And as long as I have the 3 names, I get the service. But the other thing we've been doing is relying on secondary schools. But we now know that the age of children who we find in secondary schools, they are younger and younger, right? So our pool of where we were used to traditionally getting blood has diminished, okay? So what does this mean? And I remember CMO's words, and he says, kwani damu ziko wapi? Damu tunazo sisi, right? Kwa hivyo damu ziko kwa watu, eh? And where are those watu? Watu wako kwenye jamii, right? So I really again commend and appreciate this initiative which MUHAS has done this week. We have come to the MUHAS community and they have volunteered themselves as a community to be champions and start this thing of blood drives. So we're hoping this spirit will spread, so that MUHAS is the trailblazer now. So each university community will take this up. But then also we're urging people now to go to the community, really. Blood is an agenda that should be owned by everybody. We're saying, dead is a bit high. Mwenyekiti wa hata msema mashauri wa mtaa ili anayesign ile barua ya wewe kwenda kufungua account ya benki. So it should be because they know where the people are. They know where the 18 to 65-year-olds are. They know which household has, blood pressure. And the thing which we have realized is that Mtwara and Lindi, who are able to meet their blood collection based on their population, for them it's a community issue. And the people from Mtwara, Mwenyekiti, if the patient has been referred to Muimbili and needs a blood transfusion, they will call us and tell us, kuna mtu wetu wa sehemu fulani mchangiaji damu amelazwa Muimbili, naomba apate huduma. So I think we're saying we need to go back to the community because that's where the people are and that's where the blood is. Regarding why the developed countries able to do the 32, they also count apheresis donations. So when you say donation rate, they count apheresis donations. And the good thing about apheresis, if it's just for donation purposes, you can go in twice a month, compared with the traditional, where you go in once every 3 to 4 months. So if I'm doing apheresis donation and I'm going in every 2 weeks, in a year, I can do how many donations? Like 25, right? So that's how they're able also to count, and the rate is much higher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to NHIF, Dr. Raymond Munizano, for the question number 5. Number 3, I think it was more of comments and reminding our responsibilities as universities and partners that everyone should play his or her role in ensuring we address the blood cancers in the country, where as universities we are to generate evidence. Karim.
Asante, Dr. Cll. The question was coming from somebody from KCMC. I just forgot your name, sorry. First of all, we talked about the rituximab being in an NHF package, but CD20, which is immunohistochemistry marker, not there. Then immediately I had to ask my colleague here, who just seated here, that was CD20, was it there in 2016? Then he said, maybe it was there, it was introduced here at Muimbili 3 or 4 years ago. So you can see, it was left out in our package of 2016 because it was not yet there. If it was there, then it was not very common. That's why it was not. That's why it's not in our package. Otherwise, since 2019, when we reviewed our benefit package, we put it there. But our benefit package needs to be approved by our bosses, ministry. It is still there, but it is there. So you can see the wisdom in NHIF people. Since 2019, all these immunohistochemistry markers, they are there, waiting for approval. The other thing is, some things are some medications are there in STG, in a standard treatment guideline of 2021, but they are not in the NHF package. All of them, they are in our 2021 proposal. They are still waiting for approval. Now, for the issue of vancomycin, which need culture, you know why we put some medicine to be, it's just a control. If we leave it open, and then vancomycin is being given in dispensary without culture and sensitivity, is it imipinem, is it meropenem? They are just given like, unagawa njugu hivi. Ni mnajua practice yetu. Mnaifahamu, they practice for 16 years before I crossed to NHIF. So I know at Muhimbili National Hospital. That is highest level. And we are not doing culture at that time. Kwa hiyo, easily control. And this is our fund, by the way. We need to control and make sure NHIF, now, last year celebrated 20 years. We want NHIF to be even 50 or 100 years. So it's just a control. Now, there is a section E there in a form 2A and B. Those are the yellow forms. Section E, you can explain. And most people don't know. Or they know, but they don't put. If you don't explain, deduction will happen. So you just explain. This fever, I've decided because it is the fever secondary to neutropenia or secondary to something else, not infectious cause. So if you don't know, if you don't like that, how will somebody in the office will know that this is non-infectious fever, so no need of, or whatever cause you're talking about, and no need of curtain sensitivity? Or you give and they say, okay, curtain sensitivity will come out after 3 or 4, just explain it. Tell us something. About PCR, I've taken it because we are still in a dialogue and the conversation is still continuing. Before it is approved, probably it will come in with the co-payment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Najua director wa NHIF alitamani DCS ajibu, lakini sitataka kuprolonga mjadala. Let's wait for the approval from the ministry and then that will be addressed. Yeah, so now I open the second round, but because of the interest of time, I will only take questions from 2 persons. And that is 1 and there.
So again, thank you very much for the invite to this meeting. It's been really interesting. First, a comment just to say, 2 weeks ago, I was in Uganda at the International Society for Pediatric Oncology meeting for Africa, and listened to an awful lot of presentations. And I would just have to say that what's happening in Tanzania for children's cancer is not happening in other countries. There's a lot of good work happening across Africa, but what's happening in Tanzania is coordinated, joined up, and it really is unique to this part of the world. So I know there's a lot of things we have to improve on, but I think it's also good to pause from where we began to where we are and realize that, you know, we're doing pooled procurement. Children can move from KCMC to Bugando to Muhimbili. And also I would have to really comment and and thank and congratulate both Muhimbili and Ocean Road. You serve all the children in this country who have cancer if needs be. A lot of it is now decentralized to other sites, but when those children need the service of Muhimbili or need the service of Ocean Road, they are offered free of charge to every child. And, you know, we can send samples from anywhere in the country to Muhimbili, and Muhimbili will process them free of charge to standardized diagnostics. I think that's really remarkable. And I just think it's really important that we say that. And my one question, I'm not even sure who to address it to. It's something that has come up again and again when we're trying to expand and trying to have a new service, where we approach companies. Like, I was horrified to hear the cost of a kit for platelet apheresis. It's a bit of plastic. Why does it cost $400? Like, I don't know if it costs $400 in Ireland, where I'm from. For example, a lot of the immune stains that we use for immunohistoric chemistry, a lot of the antibodies that we use for flow cytometry, they're cheaper in Ireland. Why are they so expensive here? And what can we do about that? It's unacceptable that apheresis kit is $400. Like, I think, anyway.
Thank you.
Yeah. For me, my question goes to Dr. Iwcl from Muhimbili. I want to know the cost of bone marrow transplant for one patient. Another issue is, as you have said, that Muhimbili is the only hospital which can do bone marrow transplant in East and Central Africa. So what are the strategies are there so that you can take it as an opportunity so that you can get funding by getting patients from other countries like Kenya and others? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the first question, Dr. James has volunteered to answer it. So, yeah, and then the second question will be answered by Dr.
Yeah, thank you. To the best of my knowledge, hot driver costs for the equipment, it depends on a number of factors. One is the volume of the purchase, and if we could really get the manufacturers and do the negotiation with them. And when we do the good negotiation, depending on the volume, and then we get the better price. And this also drives up a lot of costs because also the procuring facility will put up the markup in terms of the services. We have to accept that the technology is growing, and how really we embrace the technology is an important issue. That we should not only have the Muhimbili doing the apheresis, like have several centers doing the apheresis. And with the volume of the procurement, what we have managed to put in the IMF package, we are negotiating well. I think the cost is not as the former the cost of machines we were previously buying. So to the manufacturers, the volume of purchase matters. When you procure a good number of machines, you get them at cost. But also knowing what is in the market, knowing the technology. This is very important because we really have to do a very good search of what is there in outside the world, what the technologies are there, and which of which are efficient, but at the low cost, because you can get the same machine in China at a very low cost compared to that same machine from Germany. But the important issue is the issue of the quality and safety. So these are important parameters that really we have to think when we are procuring the machines. So the information into what the machines to buy and what options are there outside the world is very important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stella. And again, there is another question from our participant from the virtual, and I requested that Dr. Julius Moisilagi will help in responding to this, which is general, how often do diagnostic equipment get calibrated? Dr. Stella.
Okay, thank you for the question. The bone marrow transplant, because we started with autologous bone marrow transplant, they tried to calculate the cost for bone marrow transplant in Tanzania for the first and second batch, because on the first batch, we calculated depending on the medications used, the equipments, the investigations. So the cost was around 70 million shillings. But as we came to the second batch, as we are doing other batch, we learned that the costs are increasing because some of the things were not included, or some of the things were not picked up on the first batch. So we are still calculating. And we are sure that when we are having the third batch in May, we'll get the total cost, which we think will range between 70 to 80 or 70 to 90 million shillings here in Tanzania. The cost in abroad or in India is 70 to 90 million. That is for only bone marrow transplant procedure. Does not include the transport, the accommodation, and the living cost there. So when you include all these, the cost will go up to 150 to 200 million shillings. So for Tanzania, where we have done like 11 patients, if you calculate the cost at 70 million per patient, we have been able to save 1.2 billion for 11 patients being treated in Tanzania, vis-a-vis patients being treated in abroad. So as the director from the Ministry of Health was saying that cost can be covered by the government. If you can save 1.2 billion from patients being abroad or India for treatment, you can give that cost to Edgar Muhimbili or Benjamin Mkapa or any hospital who are doing the bone marrow transplant to at least to cover some costs and make that patients being treated in the country instead of going abroad. And instead you can do more patients, you can do more transplant to many patients in the country vis-a-vis sending these patients to abroad. And the costs are bone marrow transplant is expensive because even the medications which are used, which we request the NHIF and the ministry to help us purchase and register these medications are very expensive because they are not in the country. So when you are asked this medication to be brought in Tanzania, while they're not registered, all the struggle they are getting to get the medication here increases the cost. For example, there's one medication, Prerexafol, which is used to stimulate the stem cells from the bone marrow to the system before being harvested by apheresis. One vial is 4 million shillings, and patient can need 2 vials before harvesting. There are other medications like erythropoietin. There are other medications which stimulate the production of platelets,
like Trombovac or Fostin, which one tablet is 50,000 shillings. One tablet, and patients needs like 3 tablets per day. It's like 150,000 shillings. Only one tablet. During bone marrow transplant, we don't use the regular antibiotics. So you will start with tazobactam, piperacillin, we'll go to vancomycin, amikacin, polymyxin B, ulinastatin. Those are the antibiotics we're using due to severe neutropenic patients after conditioning. So the cost is very high, and we need to figure out, working with the NHIF, having the universal insurance, working with the Ministry of Health to make sure that these services are affordable in Tanzania. Though we found that doing the transplant in Tanzania is cheaper than sending the patient abroad for these services, because they will increase, they will even pay for a unit, a pharetic unit for blood products. So, which is unlikely to be done in Tanzania. So we still encourage patients and all stakeholders to work together to make sure that these services are affordable and are provided in the country instead of sending patients to abroad. It will be still cheaper, 70 to 80 million shillings vis-a-vis 200 million shillings.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stella. Can you pass the mic to Dr. Julius?
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Co-Chair, for the additional question. It is about calibration of the diagnostic equipment, and it depends on the diagnostic equipment. It can be an imaging equipment or it can be the laboratory equipment. So it depends, but basically it should be the supplier of the equipment. As an institution, when you are buying your reagents, you also need to buy as part of the quality assurance, you need to buy control reagents so that you can calibrate your results. In addition, as part of preventive maintenance, whenever they come to do preventive maintenance, either quarterly, depending on the agreement you've entered, also they need to do the calibration. This is one of the challenging areas when we provide the services. Sometimes we give results which are not in line with the actual values, so you also need to do calibration. But also the standard should be intercalibration test. You do the test here as part of the, like Nazmoja has mentioned, about the accreditation of the laboratory, either through SADCAS or other institutions, so that you are sure the result which you provide, the result which you give to the patient are the same or the standard values which are provided by your machine. So calibration is part of the quality control, and you need to provide or to do the calibration test depending on the machine which you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now take this opportunity to give each member of the panels 30 seconds to give a take-home message before we wind up this session. So I will start with Dr. Marijani from the far left. I request that you spend maximum of 30 seconds for the interest of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the audience, for giving us this chance to share our knowledge and ideas on blood cancers. My take-home message, I would go with Professor Swai. He is also my colleague in activism of cancer and other non-communicable diseases. Let's think of prevention first. I think we can, if we address the risk factors, we may prevent the occurrence of cancers. Treatment is very expensive, very torturous. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's the mic, Dr. Sam.
Yeah, can I just add to that? So prevention works not all the time because many people will never change their lifestyle behavior. We'll always have obese people, people who smoke, people who drink too much. Early diagnosis may be the halfway house because if you cure a patient from surgery or with a bit of targeted therapies, that's 1/10 of the cost of treating a patient with stage 3, stage 4 cancer. So early diagnosis is really, really critical, and there are many innovative tools around. That was more than 30 seconds, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My 30 seconds as some of the take-home message. I'll echo what my colleague from KCMC has mentioned. Now we've seen that there are many hematologists in the country, in the zone hospitals. So it's high time that they also take up the care of the CML patient. So this network, which is supported by the Max Foundation, we clear all the medicine, and then we can supply it to them so that they can provide to the patient. The patient not come to Ocean Road from far away or near the hospital.
Dr. Stella.
Okay, thank you very much. Take home message that we should continue to be proud that we have started bone marrow transplant and make sure that it does not slip away from our fingers. And I can also answer the second question that now we are getting calls from different countries, from Kenya, from Malawi, from Nigeria. They want to bring their patients. Even yesterday, I got a message from Uganda. They want to bring a 3-year-old baby with sickle cell for transplant. So transplant is a multidisciplinary service. It involves each and every doctor. So apart from the hematologists and the lab people and the nurses, we usually send these patients for screening for all departments, the dental, ENT, obs and gyn, pathologists. Every doctor is involved in a bone marrow transplant. So let us work together, make us ourselves proud, and receive more and more patients from other countries. And maybe we'll support the government and the Ministry of Health getting funds from patients from outside the country. Thank you.
Good evening. My take-home message that join NHIF now. Before you get sick, cancer there, and you need to be covered before you get sick. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cll. Thank you to everybody. I just want to remind everybody that blood safety services is a spectrum of services, all right? And the most important thing is to ensure that we maintain quality and safety along the entire transfusion chain, from the vein of the donor to the vein of the recipient. Thank you.
Second, prevention is key. Expand services, especially the diagnostic services, mode of the decentralization, and advocate for more the PHC services, lower the cost, and more training. Do also innovative funding modality for the specialist services. Thank you.
On behalf of the chair and on my behalf, I was given the role to summarize, but you can see they have done it for me. So to conclude what they have just summarized, blood cancers are highly expensive, and a lot of efforts and progress has been made so far, but challenges remain, and these challenges are multi-layered. So they call for conjoined and concerted efforts from multiple stakeholders in addressing these challenges, from diagnostic, treatment, prevention, advocacy, and all these come together with improved quality evidence. So lastly, I wish to thank the panelists for the wonderful job we have been doing not only to educate this group that is here, but also online and the entire community of Tanzania to be aware that blood cancers are preventable and treatable. Thank you very much once again. So now I hand back the mic to the protocols. Here we go.
Thank you so much. Another hand of applause for the panelists. Chair and co-chair for such a wonderful session. Thank you so much. I think you all agree with me that was a very wonderful session. I don't have word for that. Now, without wasting much time, I have one announcement. I want to ask those who have not registered, please, can you do so? You know, with the instructions that you are given, use the QR code or the link so that you can register, please. Don't leave without register. Now I'd like to welcome the Director of Research and Publications, Professor Bruno, to come and say a few words and close this wonderful session of symposium that we had. Thank you.
Colleagues, it's a wonderful moment to have all of you to this end of the sessions. So I'm really grateful and I thank all of you. It has been a wonderful day, but you can agree with me that there was a lot of efforts that made this day possible. So may I thank all my colleagues who worked tirelessly to bring the 8th MUHAS University-wide Symposium to you and to make it as successful as it has been. So thank you very much, colleagues of mine. A round of applause to them. But also, I would like to thank all of you for making it this symposium possible by coming and staying to the end, by participating, by giving us your comments and importantly, areas to improve. So as our PRO mentioned, please register and give us comments that can actually improve our next experience. So for all of you, thank you very much. To our students, colleagues, and guests who came from far away to this symposium, to attend this symposium, may I thank you. To the Minister of Health, colleagues, starting from the Permanent Secretary who was here with us, traveling all the way from Dodoma, Director of Clinical Services, Assistant Director NCDs, Program Manager NBTS, you were with us since the Monday for the blood donation drive. We thank you. To our colleagues from NHIF, you've always been with us wherever we call you. So although at the end of the day you receive a lot of critiques and criticism, but you never cease to come. So thank you so much for your persistence and your call that everyone should join NHIF while they can still contribute and not consume. So thank you very much. But our neighbors and our very close colleagues, MNH, Dr. Stella, and your team, Dr. Trish, and all the colleagues from MNH, you are our strongest partners in training, in teaching, and research. We thank you not only for this symposium, but for the work that we keep on doing together. And we still have lots of hills to climb together, so don't abandon us. So thank you so much for today. But Ocean Road, Julius, I saw Chris today, but I've seen a lot of colleagues from Ocean Road. Again, wherever we call you guys, you are always here. We can't thank you enough. but we promise to keep on strengthening the collaboration that we have. We have Professor Anna Shu, all the way from Oxford, and plan not to miss this event. So thank you very much for training, teaching, and being here as a strong supporter in research. And I know we still have a lot of work to do. We have our colleague from UPenn, University of Penn. Can you wait? Michael came all the way from the US, University of Pennsylvania, is our close collaborator and is helping us to train the next generation neurologists and working with School of Medicine. And we are opening another portfolio of collaboration with UPenn. So thank you so much, and our regards to the colleagues at Penn. Professor Swai and the entire team from TANCDA, you've always been with us, so thank you so much. Our colleague from Nazimoja, thank you so much, Dr. Marijani, and everyone else from Zanzibar. From KCMC, Bugando, Mbeya Referral Hospitals, if you're still here, just wave. Thank you so much for making it here. I also saw our colleagues from Aga Khan. I saw Neema somewhere. Perhaps but I saw them and I acknowledged their presence. But strongly, the Dean School of Medicine, can you just stand up? And, thank you very much for your organization and the team effort that made this day possible. Where is Clara? Special recognition for the good work you did. And you know, when we discussed in the first session that we wish that Clara take this role as the keynote presenter, she said that, you know, since this is the 8th symposium, and the keynote address is always given by a very experienced person. And we told her you're already very much experienced, and we have no doubt that you do that. So you did it. We really thank you for your work, but for your organization spirit, you put well your team. And together with you, Ahlam, just stand up and say, where is Harriet? Harriet. Yeah, that's you. Mawala, and everyone else at the Department of Hematology, just wave wherever you are. Thank you so much. At my team, the DRP, can you all stand up? Thank you. Davis did not have breakfast, no lunch today. Thank you, Davis, for always taking all the roles. PRO, Helen, as always, making sure that everyone gets the letter, the logistics is there. Najua inabidi tuandike hotuba pia sio. She writes the hotubas and making sure that she is, I mean, all these sessions, all these events are well done. So thank you so much for that. We still have our champions, our survivors. We are still in the fight. We thank you for your time and bravery. We are all in that process. God giving us more time. We may be there perhaps tomorrow, but you gave us strength that, you know, even if we go through that, we can come back. So thank you so much for what you did today. But to keep on the advocacy and all the work that you do in the community, and we'll support you in the foundation. Just reach to us and we'll see what we can do with you. Our legends, the people who made us doctors, and the recipients of today's recognition awards, the 3 teachers that have, you know, made us who we are. We thank you. And the trophies may not say all what we aim to tell you, but this is just a recognition from the university and the entire MUHAS community for the good work that you have been doing to Tanzanians, to the children of Tanzanians, and to the next generation, because the physicians and the people that you're still training that are learning from you will be the foundation, are the foundation for the future of the country. I may not forget, I may be punished, the chairpersons of these sessions, Professor Makigonja, Professor Liamuya, Professor Tubi. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. I did not recognize Dr. Lulu. Lulu, msimama basi wewe. And everyone else, George and colleagues, you've been working very hard to make sure that this day happens. But we could not achieve this without money. And we recognize the funders that always keep us on float, starting with SIDA, the Swedish International Development Agency, supporting all the symposium, including today's symposium, but the management and the MUHAS, NIHR, UKED, and Oxford. So thank you so much. And importantly, your presence made this symposia possible. So our greatest regards to wherever you are coming from, greetings to them. I wish you safe drives and travels back home. And I wish to welcome you again into the next 9th MUHAS University-wide Symposia. I will inform you on which topic it will be, not very far, or perhaps a bit far from today's, but it's science. Generally, that's what we do. We also have MUHAS Scientific Conference coming in June, July, and we'll be having the NCD's National NCD Conference, which you are all definitely interested in. We'll be receiving information from the Ministry of Health and we'll help them to coordinate. You know, if I don't mention them, they'll sabotage us next time. The ICT colleagues. Today you made us proud. So thank you so much. And I hope that this is, it's not the beginning. It's definitely not the end. And we'll definitely see all of you once again. So thank you so much. I didn't say that this session is not closed. It's adjourned.
Thank you very much.